get maybe a little longer air horn blast, then we can pick that up here in the short.
Thank you, Jobs. I'll relay that. The APs, due to the fact that we've got a little tear on one of the kites, and we're just kind of waiting for the rest of the umpires to get out.
Yeah, copy that. I heard that transmission. Thanks very much. So these are
signal. How we doing?
Yeah, so absolutely. 5, 4, 1.
Yeah, they gave him a warning.
That's the 7. Yeah, when the Foxtrot flag goes up, that's yeah. Yep. Which is going to really increase the.
But they deal with it on all programs.
Yeah.
Chief umpire signal.
Well, when I was
Double A's?
we'd go down to Texas.
No. Early double A's?
5 matches per flight.
Wow.
So you'd have and they had dedicated rings. So
right.
I'll just do it from my phone.
oh, is it?
Been working now for what, 3 years?
It's been quite a while.
Yes, I agree.
They're about ready to put the deck on.
They are.
Okay. Oh, this is the technical resources. So,
Half underwater, half
so we got a simple surge. Almost on time. We had a brief delay this morning with a couple of small breakdown issues, but contrary to the forecast, looking dismal with no wind, we have it now. It's filled in from Lake St. Clair down on the Detroit River. It is awesome. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama giving you live commentary from boat number 8. He entered from the left over the top of Shane Divney. Look at that, furling the jib so they can maintain their headway just a little bit longer. 30 seconds to go. Peter Holtz bearing away, getting speed. Shane Divney doesn't look so good. What do you think, Hoey? earned a yellow flag. Now, meanwhile, coming upwind in another pair. So a little bit of traffic with overlapping pairs. The Morvan is on his final beat. Now let's go over toward the finish on the pair coming downwind, because this is going to be very interesting indeed. The lead boat, Sakamoto, Red Spinnaker, has a penalty to perform before they finish. Matt Graham in boat number 6 with a black Spinnaker is very close. Sakamoto's going to try to do his douse and his penalty turn at the pin end. Here goes the turn. Can he get around and through the finish? And the answer is no. So yellow wins the match. Matt Graham wins that match. We'll see if we can get a hold of our match umpires and understand the incident that caused that penalty. So just bear with us, stand by. Umpire 2, media. Yeah, umpire 2. Can you tell us, please, what incident caused the blue penalty flag in the pre-start of match 2?
Copy that. The blue boat was weather giveaway boat. Leeward boat came up and he did not respond appropriately, and he was too late responding. There was contact and got a penalty for it.
We'll copy that. Thanks very much, umpire Debbie. So there you have it, folks. Didn't respond to the luff. Had contact. Somebody had to get it, and it was Sakamoto. So Matt Graham takes the first point. Actually, the second point. Peter Holst, those keeping score. Holst has got a point. Graham has a point. 2 remaining matches on the playing field now. Pierre-Antoine Morvan coming downwind, and Maximilian So may have closed the gap a little bit. No, we're wrong. Nope, that's Morvan in the white Spinnaker. Actually, he's got a pretty big lead on Team Red Spot. So that's our other pair, our last pair, with Ian Hollerbach with the yellow Spinnaker is chasing David Storrs. Storrs with the pinks. No, you're right. Storrs is yellow. My mistake. So Hollerbach has gotten ahead of David Storrs. If you remember, Hollerbach earned a penalty in the attacking incident coming off the shoreline.
Are you sure Hollerbach's not white? Why would he?
So here's Storrs. Storrs getting rolled over by boat number 1. So Hollerbach rolling over the top of David Storrs, white Spinnaker. They're on their first lap around the course, so they got to come around the leeward mark. It's Pierre-Antoine Morvan in the pink Spinnaker, boat 2, who has a half a leg lead over Max So. So pink Spinnakers on their way to the finish line. That'll be Pierre-Antoine Morvan earning their first point. Here with the takedown, Ian Hollerbach in the lead. He got by Dave Storrs, but he has a penalty on. So very close match there in match 4. David Storrs hipped up on Ian Hollerbach, but Hollerbach with a penalty. So those keeping score, we've got Peter Holst with a point, Matt Graham with a point, Pierre-Antoine Morvan And then we're watching the final lap for our final pair in match 4. David Storrs chasing Ian Hollerbach. Storrs in boat 3, blue shirts, able to live on the hip in the chase over here to the shoreline. The breeze has come back up a little bit. It's a little bit more pressure than they had on their first lap. And the breeze may have kicked right just slightly as well. So Dave Storrs is going to just try to keep it close, keep Hollerbach from doing their penalty turn. We saw that that didn't work in match 2 with Sakamoto. They were not able to have enough room to do their turn at the finish line. Little bit of chatter coming off of Dave Storrs' boat from their crew, yelling at the match umpires that he has to tack, but of course that's not their call. It's an umpire call to determine where they are relative to the restricted zone. Here comes Dave Storrs making the break early to get across the current and over to that top mark.
That'd be a miracle. A miracle.
Little bit of chatter still. Some of Dave Storrs' crew trash-talking Ian Hollerbach. Lots of gesticulations and words coming out of that pair. We'll see if they're able to call the ley line well here. If they get any bit of a left shift and pressure, they'll be able to make that mark, and Ian Hollerbach will not be able to maintain their lead that they've had on this beat. We'll tune into match umpire, see if they have a wing to help them with any overlap when they approach the zone. It is a 2-length zone for match race sailing, not 3 lengths.
It's over if he makes it. There's no way Hollerbach can do that for the turn.
Bow out.
There's the call. Blue bow out. So blue is not only overlapped, but apparently slightly ahead.
Well,
Yes.
out the zone.
We're not
All right, so here comes a luff from Storrs. Storrs luffing Hollerbach to keep him out of the zone.
second flight.
And another luff just to make sure. Dave Storrs, and forcing Hollerbach to tack. So, but Hollerbach has not completed their penalty turn. Remember, they have to go to an upwind course. So they were forced to tack away. If they'd simply gone up another few degrees to a close haul course, they would have been shed that penalty as well. The gallery here on shore doesn't like that. Terms like rookie error, amateur hour, etc. But you know what? The gallery's always right? All right, so there's the jibe. This is the big move that Hollerbach needed to get back in the lead. If he had only put his bow up and come to a close haul course and shed that penalty, he might have been able to in this position and be clear. But he still has that penalty on. So now he's got to figure out, okay, how are we going to do a turn? Storrs is close enough to not give enough time between them for Hollerbach to complete that turn. So Storrs just has to basically cruise downwind right now. They're very close to laying the finish.
So you better make the magic happen up there. Ahead with the penalty. Current is not your friend here.
So here comes downwind, White Spinnaker, boat 1. Hollerbach and his team talking through what are our options. How are we going to do this? We only have a 2-length lead, and you're going to have it. You need at least 6 or more in this breeze and with this current. He can try to set a trap, but that's not happening now. They're just jibing. Storrs jibing and following, basically, just to stay clear, not fall into any luffing situation. In fact, Storrs didn't even opt to jibe again, but here they go. Here comes the penalty turn. Ooh, it might be closer than we think, folks. That slow jibe on the part of Storrs. The penalty turn is completed. What's the flag going to be at the signal boat?
He flagged it. He must have flagged it.
Yellow flag. Hollerbach. Hollerbach wins the match. How about that, folks? Never say never.
Do you believe in miracles?
Little bit of a delayed flag there from the signal boat, but amazing. Just shows you got to keep the speed on. Hollerbach able to spin the turn and wipe that penalty off at the finish line and deprive Dave Storrs of his point. So, winners in Flight 1, Peter Holtz, Matt Graham, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, and Ian Hollerbach. With that, we'll take a little break and join us again in a few minutes' time for match race action in Flight 2 here at the Detroit Cup. So, Chris, when are you going to close hold? No, but I mean, didn't that occur to you if you did that turn?
I mean, it's giving me about 24 frames per second from this.
Yeah, but he was never overlapped. He was always the windward.
So here is
Yeah,
how many people.
but he's got to get to close haul.
The seven
Right.
opponents
He never did.
when the healthy grid was saying, it was still
Holtz,
reaching the server
Graham.
of the 730. So,
Right.
do you mind doing one more?
What's that? One more one. Race?
Okay with that. I mean, so far it's staying pretty steady. It's just coming out just to the right of the white buoy, but not really enough to bother moving.
So this is what?
You know, maybe just 4 degrees or so with that. So
Well,
I think
booster
that
for
last
the
set, the course is pretty spare and close and fairly
signal?
separated, so I like the distance.
For the
I like
distance
how
of the
it's
drone?
far, so yeah, you can leave that for now.
this is connected to the booster, and through that connected to the camera, so I can see what it's going.
Signal
What camera
breakdown.
is that? Is that a GoPro?
Signal.
No, they have
But
their own.
3 is switch.
They have their own.
Because that is pretty freaking small.
14 megapixel one.
That is a small camera. Can you control the camera too? Is it a PGV camera?
I can control the tilt.
Let me ask you this: can you control the camera at all? Where you got it?
No, not the view.
Chief umpire signal.
Or we're switching them on the water.
Yes. Switching on the water. Get her done.
What's the MAGN on the middle of the screen?
MAGN, I can.
Magnification.
1
Oh, don't say that too loudly. The Bermudian umpire here, she's a convert.
It's never happening. I don't even know where they do it. That inner bay is not big enough.
That's not what they're focused on trying to make money, and they don't realize that but we need something the economy sees.
You know what you're gonna get. You know when.
It's going to bring you that much money to Bermuda. Yeah.
Problem is the city is a little bit.
Wilson really was hoping that they'd consider Chicago, and they kind of blew Chicago off quick.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, well, at least they did it quick, exactly.
Well, no, because Don knew that they were leveraging Bermuda's offer against the other guys.
Right.
That's what Don looked for. Don't get yourself wound up about this. Don't do it on any terms.
It's not his bag anyways. Yeah.
Don't do it on any terms that aren't completely comfortable, because these American stuff guys don't give a shit.
No.
They'll screw you, and you leave, and they walk away, and you still have to live here. You burn your hard-earned political capital with all your peers and your
Yep.
contacts.
And meanwhile, they've not
you look
fulfilled
silly.
one of the promises.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They're just going to walk away.
Yeah, they get on the plane 6 hours later.
So I've updated the scores. Peace out.
Okay.
Nobody else was doing it, so I jumped in and took the initiative.
The umpire, there was apparently an infraction of finish, but the umpire did not see the Y flag. This on scores about. He said he had it punched in his hand. He couldn't tell it was a Y flag. It's kind of crap.
Oh, so they knew there was an infraction, but couldn't make a call.
There was,
See a
they
flag.
didn't identify it as a Y flag. I think it was like one of those spare ones, kind of, not the pole.
I'll have to make a little note of that. That's our chief umpire.
That's a good one for a question.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't, I don't want to talk about it.
No. I want to give Tom Rinda shit, man. That's Tom and Ellsworth.
I'll confirm the story.
Who said that? Tom did?
By the way, Dad, you had your mic on all this time.
Okay. Well, I can't
No,
turn it off.
just going live.
Okay, that's fine.
Somebody just sent me a note that says the mic's been on in the background. Didn't know if you want to turn it off.
We fix the switch on that.
We're gonna switch it over.
All right, I'll unplug it.
No. Is this an autofocus?
No, manual. I mean, it's all focus. If you use here,
But how do you put it on?
I mean, you can zoom in and out, and it's automatic.
No, that's
does
zoom in and out, but how about the actual focus?
it. Does it?
So this is off? These two focus buttons are off?
You don't feel like focusing.
No, I want it to do automatic.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to touch that top part. It's automatically does it. But if you want to, the quicker.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want to change it. This one is automatic.
there's that one.
Yeah. The switch on this one.
Sure the first two pairs?
Ladies and gentlemen, match race action will resume now. Flight 2. Match 1, Peter Holtz, coming off a win in Flight 1, is up against Matt Graham. Graham also won his match in Flight 1. So winners are playing winners here. Peter Holtz in boat 8 coming from the left, up against Matt Graham in boat 6 coming from the right. The wind is just dipped down a little bit here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, raise 1.
So there's the entry signal.
That was raise prep. My apologies.
Graham coming in a little late from the right, but not late enough to allow Holtz to get down underneath. It's interesting, though. I wonder if they couldn't have done that. Instead, they're opting to go high and possibly sail over the bow of Matt Graham. They're not quite able to do that, and so they have to roll up into a dial-up. A little recap of Flight 1. Match winners in Flight 1, Peter Holtz, Matt Graham, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, and Ian Hollerbach. Unlike past Detroit Cups, we've got 4 pairs out here in the Ultimate 20s. In the past, we've only had 3 pairs. They've picked up more boats over the winter, upgraded the boats. So all the equipment's in great shape. We've got great teams out here. Grade 2 match race action. This is the second event in the USA Grand Slam Series, last week in Chicago, next week in Manhasset Bay, New York, and the week after that in Oyster Bay, New York. A lot of the overseas teams especially will be migrating along to those other events. So this is a great opportunity for Grade 2 match race sailing. This series has attracted teams from literally all over the world. We've got Australians and Singaporeans, teams from Japan. It's been very international appeal to Detroit Cup this year. A little bit of cloud cover now, knocking back the thermal breeze coming down Detroit River. 1 minute 45 seconds to go. They haven't broken away from their initial dial-up. So there's Holtz trying to drop down, get his jib backed to get around Matt Graham. Here comes Graham, starboard tack, Holtz on port. It's going to be close here. Holtz may have enough speed to get around the bow and in behind Matt Graham. So Holtz has finally gotten past with just a few seconds away from 1 minute to go. So now it's Matt Graham's turn to be on port, and Peter Holtz on starboard. Looks like Graham cannot cross, so Holtz is in control here. Now notice neither one of them are going to lay that pin end with a current with 30 seconds to go. Matt Graham trying to keep his bow up, just creeping along. In the lighter pressure now, this makes the left side of the race course all the more important. So pin end start is really critical. 5 seconds to go. Graham's going to own the left, but may or may not be able to clear the pin. There's the starting signal. And it does look like Graham is indeed able to get up and around the pin and force Peter Holtz away. So Graham now free to put the bow down, accelerate, and get over here out of the current on the Bayview Yacht Club side of the river.
That's America.
30 seconds to display prep with the sound.
Oh, actual time of day?
Now, interesting, another strategy might be Peter Holtz heading over to the extreme right side of the course. There is a shoal off the north end of the island there that provides some relief from the current. Sticking to match race principles, which is stay between your man and the hoop. So, Graham using the opportunity to get across and close the gap there with Peter Holtz. Just to minimize the risk. Holtz has got pretty good pace there. They keep getting bounced over to the right, and you never know. Maybe there's more pressure on that side. Maybe they will get far enough right to get some relief from the current. Next in the pre-start box, in match 2, Shane Diviny from Ireland against Morvan from France. Diviny, boat number 7, was not successful in their first match in Flight 1. Morvan won his. He's in boat 2 on the far side of your screen. With 2 minutes 45 seconds to go, you can see it's very slow going. The breeze has gotten a little lighter, but it's also kicked a little bit to the right. Our race managers are not unhappy with the race course. They didn't make any changes. When we get further up the track and get a view of our course area, you'll see there's a couple of marks up there they can choose from. If the wind goes around, they have the option of not having to drag marks and replace them, but actually just use signals to designate the courses based on the mark color up on the weather side of the course. So 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Morvan is chasing Diviny. Sorry, Diviny chasing Morvan. Morvan in boat 2. Both boats extending away on port. One nice thing about the Ultimate 20s, even in light air, they're able to move pretty nicely through the water, so we can continue to have good match race sailing. Morvan tacks, and Diviny does not like to lead back, and ooh, jibing. Would you do that? I don't know about I'd jibe in this current. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. You can see how much real estate Diviny's lost to the right through that jibe. There's 1 minute. So Morvan, boat number 2, leading back. Powerful position. Wing umpires getting up into the gap there, but even from our vantage point, it still looks like half a length clear. Just like in the first flight with Diviny, they're just late in their timing coming back to the start. They're not understanding the strength of the current here. 20 seconds to go. Morvan quite comfortable and in full control.
Two, one, change.
There's our starting signal. Morvan in the comfortable lead, 1 or 2 boat lengths already. Is electing not to tack on top of Diviny, but just carrying on here toward us on the shoreline at Bayview Yacht Club. Wind looks pretty light. Now, there's a tack. You can see how slow Diviny was in their tack. Morvan a little better at roll tacking. Maybe even extending the lead a little bit. And Morvan tacking to cover. Now, Match race action at the top mark. Louis, can we get our top mark? Up at the top mark in match 1, Matt Graham with a black spinnaker came in out of the left. They protected the left side, called the lay line nicely coming off the shore, and you can see the big lead they have up there on Peter Holtz. So Matt Graham well on his way in match 1. We've seen Morvan taking an early lead in match 2, and now we'll go back to pre-start action in match 3, where we have Sakamoto up against Maxi So. Sakamoto from Japan, Maxi So from Singapore. Whoa, close on the rigs there. Didn't see any Y flags or incidents there with the umpire, so Sakamoto able to get past Maxi So very early in this match. The breeze is starting to fill back in a little bit, maybe another knot or two of pressure, and may even have a little bit of a right kick to it. Just watching the boats go upwind and downwind, their angles are different than we saw in Flight 1. It's actually squared the course up a little bit better than it was. So in boat 4, red shirts. Sakamoto to windward in boat 5 in the white shirts. They have 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go, plenty of time. Rolled up into another dial-up. Quite early for any kind of setup to the starting line. Remember, the left side is favored, and being the first to get to the left is usually paid off well. You can see the big roll tacks and kinetics to keep these boats moving in the light air. Sakamoto extending now in boat 5. Still lots of time, 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Now the question will be, who's going to break away and lead back first? Here comes Sakamoto with the jibe. And so, whoop. Not sure if that was a Yankee flag, but green flag on the umpires. Sakamoto tacking, trying to maintain weather gauge with 1 minute to go. So to leeward. We'll tune into our match umpires. See if we hear any overlap calls from the wings.
Overlap. Overlap. Clear, clear, clear.
That's wing up.
Clear 1 meter. Clear 1.5 meters. Clear 1.5 meters.
It's our chief umpire, Tom Rinda, doing the wing umpire duties.
Clear 0.5 meter. Technical, technical. Blackout.
Technical is where the hulls don't overlap. So is not able to have any overlap to push Sakamoto. Sakamoto's got early control of this match. They've done a better job on their timing in the lead back. So as you can see, they're already a length ahead and have done a very nice job in the pre-start. They did the same in the last pre-start, but unfortunately had copped a penalty in one of their pre-start moves. So Sakamoto taking early control of match 3. Looking up the course, we've got Pierre-Antoine Morvan in boat 2, successfully defending the left and bouncing his opponent Shane Divany away on the right. They've got a several length lead in match 2, and in match 1, Matt Graham has been able to extend several length lead into 12, 15 maybe on Peter Holtz. Air's getting a little bit light, putting more of a premium on the kinetics and the ultimate 20s, and on positioning the course. Now, back to the pre-start action in match 4, flight 2. Ian Hollerbach coming off a surprising win in his match in the first flight. Hollerbach's in boat 1. They entered from the left, tacked right away. Are not able to get, ooh, they're over past the pin end. That's not a good place. So, David Gilmore is his opponent, boat number 3. Gilmore from Australia. This is his first match in the competition. With 12 teams and 8 boats, the teams need to rotate through. So this is the first time Matt Graham's been in the rotation. Sorry, it's Sam Gilmore, not his brother. Thank you, Louis. Sorry, Sam. So very slow head to wind dial up there. Sam Gilmore just lurking over there on the right. Ian Hollerbach didn't make a good choice there at tacking and getting beyond the pin end, because Gilmore just needs to keep him over there at Coffin Corner. 2 minutes to go. Gilmore's borne away, I guess, is taking a little bit of the pressure off. Actually, he's trying to slow down and get a little bit more to leeward while still maintaining speed to just keep firm control here on Ian Hollerbach. Hollerbach doesn't have many options at the moment at 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. Usually when you're in this position, you try to stop the bleeding by just going head to wind and not get any further off to the left beyond the pin end. This will come down to all the little subtle aspects of boat handling. Ian's got to make sure he doesn't tack, put himself in jeopardy. Now here comes Sam Gilmore. 1 minute to go. Knowing that Hollerbach is slow and unable to accelerate, it's really up to Gilmore on when he wants to lead back toward the starting line. Gilmore in full control of this match. Now here comes Hollerbach. As you can see, he doesn't have any options. He can't jibe to port because Gilmore's there. He's only making it worse by coming further this way. Gilmore's now going to break off and just simply lead Hollerbach back to the pin end of the start. So Sam Gilmore, full control in the pre-start. Breeze has come up a little bit now. The sun has come out, increased the pressure. And there's a starting signal. As they start, you'll see the black spinnaker come across the finish line. That's Matt Graham earning his second point in the competition. They had almost a half a leg lead on Peter Holtz. So Matt Graham earns another point, while our three other pairs are still out on the course. Looking up the track, having come around the top mark. Red Spinnaker, a little bit of problems there with the tack line on the Red Spinnaker. I believe that's Morvan. I'm not actually sure. No, I don't think so. That's Sakamoto. Sakamoto, Red Spinnaker, just trying to jibe now. They had a little problems with their tack line. And Maximilian So in the Blue Spinnaker jibing. You can see a considerable gap there for their first leg, but any little mistake in the boat handling can quickly reduce these leads. And then coming into the wall now, tacking is Sam Gilmore, boat 3. They had full control in the pre-start. Coming into the favored side, out of the current on the left. Crossing Ian Hollerbach in boat 1. In the background is Sakamoto jibing the Red Spinnaker, just maintaining about a consistent 8-length lead on Maximilian So. Sakamoto making their first approach into the bottom mark for the completion of their first lap. Further up the track on their last windward mark rounding is Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Morvan coming off a runner-up second place performance last week in Chicago. They're one of the more experienced teams here in the field this year at Detroit Cup, and they're certainly showing it now on having extended their lead in this match against Shane Diviney from Ireland. Now breeze has gone back left a little bit now. Looking at the angles of the boats. So there's enough wind shifts out here to keep it interesting. There's Morvan's pink spinnaker in the background. A little bit of mix-up in the pairs. Or no, maybe not. Let's see, is that boat 3? Gilmore and Hollerbach. So, yeah, that was almost a little bit of a dial. So Hollerbach's keeping it close with Sam Gilmore. Sam Gilmore had to give him a little bit of a dial on Hollerbach's attempt to duck. Now Hollerbach is now on the left. Sorry, on the right. Looking upwind, so if they're able to gain anything and get a piece of Gilmore when they tack, that may bring this match back to being even. Here comes the tack. Hollerbach, boat 1 on starboard. Does he have a piece of Gilmore? The answer is yes. There's Gilmore able to get inside at the zone. Gilmore's got the overlap. And the luff is protecting the mark rounding. So, look at that move, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Gilmore ducking, getting inside, going head to wind, but remember the current here. Are they able to get around? And yes, there they go. So Sam Gilmore, very well played at the top mark. Ian Hollerbach came back at Gilmore. Had Gilmore ducking them on a port starboard just shy of the first weather mark rounding up there at the zone. Gilmore ducked, went inside of the zone, tacked, and was able to luff to keep Hollerbach away. Here comes the jibe. Now, it's on Hollerbach now in a controlling position. If they can get that kite filled, Gilmore will be in trouble, but Gilmore had a better jibe. Is just sneaking ahead with clear air. It's all in the mechanics, ladies and gentlemen. That determines so much of this. So, unsuccessful jibe by Hollerbach's team. That was the opportunity for them to retake the lead. This match has gone back and forth a couple of times. Now, one thing we're noticing is umpires 3 going upwind have a yellow flag. We'll have to call in to figure out what happened. The boats were never that close, so perhaps Maxie So had hit the mark because he is the yellow flag competitor in match 3. But they've never been ahead. They've been behind almost the entire match. So no doubt some sort of unforced error at a mark rounding. But our most exciting match now remaining is match 4 with Sam Gilmore, yellow spinnaker, coming downwind. Ian Hollerbach, white spinnaker, just a few lengths behind. They've got one more jibe to go to the bottom mark. This match has changed lead 3 times. Hollerbach's jibe is much better that time. So it's all going to come into the rounding. Can Gilmore get around with more speed? The current certainly pulls them wide of that leeward mark. Hollerbach knows that and may have been able to sneak up a few meters inside. We saw this in a couple of other matches where the boats that get around the leeward mark and get in closer can come out of it and live there, but Hollerbach not electing to try to do that and be slow, so they're tacking away. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, Pierre-Antoine Morvan did indeed win match 2. So that's going to take Morvan to 2 points thus far in the competition. So Sam Gilmore coming into the shoreline here at Bayview Yacht Club, boat 3. Making some small gains here, getting out of the current. Ian in boat number 1. A little bit more of a gap opening up now. In the background on their final leg to the finish is Sakamoto, red spinnaker, who's had the lead throughout this match against Maximilian So. So has a penalty. We think that was from a mark rounding incident. It wasn't for anything boat on boat. But there's a few more jibes to go in that match. And So's looking pretty strong in the middle. There's a little more current out there. We'll see how this works out. So on starboard, Sakamoto on port, red spinnaker. So Sakamoto, red spinnaker, getting across Max So jibing just to try to throw something at the Japanese with just a few lengths to go remaining in the match. And as you can see, they have a penalty on, so not many options left for the team from Singapore. And final jibe for Sakamoto. Sakamoto now just getting across. We'll see a blue flag on the signal boat. And there it is. So Sakamoto takes a point now from Max So in match 3. Our final remaining match on the course is Sam Gilmore from Australia. Up there in boat 3, one more tack to get up to the left side lay line. Hollerbachs come off that shoreline with a lot of pace. You can see them. They've closed the gap considerably here. Here's Sam Gilmore with the tack. We'll go in to see if there's any umpires up there. Where are the wing umpires? Our match umpires are, looks like no. Gilmore able to get across. So no overlap, but Hollerbachs definitely closed it up. This really could come down to a battle on the final leg. Kind of surprised there aren't any other umpires up there to help those guys out for the wing. This match could be close. So bearing away with just a couple lengths to go, Sam Gilmore teeing up that yellow spinnaker. About to come around that white top mark. There goes the yellow kite. And they must believe that they've got enough of a lead not to take an early jibe to defend the side. But here they go anyway. Hollerbach's set, not that great. That's when they really needed a good set and a good jibe. Here comes the jibe, but I think it's really just going to be too far behind to really threaten the Australians. The wind has shifted around a little bit back to the center of the course, not quite as far left as it was. Hollerbach jibing away. It's now all about trying to find the pressure. Gilmore electing not to go back with them. But their yellow spinnaker certainly doesn't look as filled as the white one does. So Hollerbach looks like he's got more pressure there in the middle. Here comes Gilmore with a jibe. Hollerbach, white spinnaker. They had good pressure. But Gilmore able to sneak past. Oh, here comes Hollerbach. He's got good pressure. Look at him soak down. Question is whether or not he has a piece of Sam Gilmore on starboard. And no, they're just getting astern of him now. So Hollerbach able to take a 6 or 7 length deficit at the top, close it down to 2. This may not be over, folks. Hollerbach's got great pressure rolling down the middle of the course. There's Gilmore with the jibe. Yeah, I think Gilmore's going to be okay, but Hollerbach's definitely kept this match close. And so there it is, yellow flag. Sam Gilmore taking that match. We'll log that into the scoring program for those following. And with that concludes Flight 2 of the competition. We're going to do a full round robin amongst 12 teams in 8 boats. That means 16 and a half flights. We're 2 into it. Our race managers expect to complete this stage of the competition tomorrow, so we're hoping to get well underway today, use this breeze. So with that, we'll take a brief break here at Detroit Cup. I'm Dobbs Davis with Isao Toyama and Louis Call. Don't go away. We'll be bringing you live match race action here from the Grade 2 Detroit Cup.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raise press.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the countdown to the entry of match 1 and flight 3. Breeze has gotten a little bit lighter and going left, but still enough to race. So boat 7, you see, is Shane Divney from Ireland. Has been working as an intern all summer at Chicago Match Race Center. And now sailing as a skipper in his own right here at Detroit Cup. He's up against boat number 5, sailed by Sakamoto from Japan. As I said, the wind has gotten a little bit lighter here. There's a little puff coming down the track on the left side. A little bit of overcast skies. That's putting a little bit of a damper on the thermal that we've been enjoying all morning. Boat's moving backwards now in the dial-up. Sakamoto won his last match against Maxi So and is sitting on a 1-1 record at the moment. Divney has not won a match yet, looking for their first win with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Here comes Sakamoto for another go at Divney. Divney able to get across. Can they get across? The answer is yes. So Sakamoto on the chase. 2 minutes to go. The key now is knowing when to lead back and how to maintain that lead without getting your opponent to hook you. But the left side of the course is definitely favored, especially in the light like now. With 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Divney tacking, Sakamoto tacking underneath. Sakamoto a little bit early. Is going to have to kill some time if this is their final approach. Divney as well. Divney, boat number 7 to windward. Sakamoto, boat 5. There's 1 minute. Sakamoto tacking away, which is interesting. Timing back to the pin, they probably reckon is about 20 seconds. They've got 45 seconds to go. Sakamoto's tack away has given Divney the opportunity to have a little space to try to defend that pin end at 25 seconds. Sakamoto not trying to go down and hook to attack. They're happy just to sit up there at the signal boat and get across the line with a lot of pace with 10 seconds to go. Divney's going to struggle here. They've got to take into account the current and the ley line. And there's Sakamoto, beautifully timed with a lot of pace. They're not right at the pin end like they'd like to be, but they have a lot more speed than Divney, who's just squeezed around. You can see the little transom wiggle there to get their stern around that mark. Sakamoto sitting up to windward. Just gone through a couple of waves there. This may turn out okay for Divney, though, because look at the heel that Divney has. They might have a little bit more pressure, but there goes Sakamoto. Sakamoto's got that pressure now and is shearing off. This is a drag race over here to the left side, over in front of Bayview Yacht Club. So Sakamoto's strategy of starting it more in the middle of the line with good pace is paying off a little now. Pressure looks about even, maybe a little bit more coming on the left. You can see both standing upright a little bit more. But Sakamoto's certainly in good position. Next in the pre-start is Matt Graham, who's on 2 wins, against Maximilian So from Singapore, who is on 1 win thus far. No, sorry, So has no wins. He's lost his first 2. So is in boat 4, wearing the red shirts, furthest away from us, and Matt Graham in boat 6. So coming out of that dial-up, both now fall away on their respective tacks, trying to build speed. So coming back at Graham. Can Graham get across the bow of So? And it's going to be quite close. Graham not quite able to make it. So back into another dial-up. So taking early control here, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Graham trying to build enough speed to think about tacking to get across the bow of So, but has given up on that now by luffing their jib. So in control here in boat 4. Graham unable to tack to get across. 1 minute 40 seconds to go. So electing to tack away and let Graham off the hook. So doing that because with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, they've got to think about their final approach back to the start line. So 1 minute to go. Maximilian So is extended away, now jibing. We're looking at a little incident in the first match up in the left corner with Hollerbach able to come back at Sakamoto calling for water, but Sakamoto's got a lead. If they're able to stay on the ley line getting into the white top mark, there may be an opportunity here for Hollerbach if he's able to be overlapped and luff him at the zone. But meanwhile, 10 seconds to go in the pre-start. Sakamoto and Graham. Graham making the lead over here into the pin. Graham luffing slightly to get around the pin end, a little bit slow, but it doesn't matter because Sakamoto wasn't far enough ahead. Sorry, that's Max So? Who's in boat 6? No, back, yeah. So that's Matt Graham, boat 6, leading off the pin. Max So chasing in boat 4. So not able to be far enough forward to keep any pace and get across him like we saw in the last match with Sakamoto. So forced to tack away. Matt Graham early controlling position. Here comes So tacking back. Just clear by a meter. We'll see if they're able to have enough clear air to get over to this side, but Matt Graham and his team have done a really nice job in their kinetics and the roll tacking. See, they're able to extend about a length out of that tack. So now a length back. I just heard a transmission from the race committee saying that in our third pair, is there a flag on that? No, we don't see. Oh, yes, yellow flag. It turns out that in our third pair, that Dustin Durant, in entering from the right, had cut it a little too close, not taking into account the current, and it had impact with the fender on the committee boat. So that has earned him a yellow flag from the umpires. So Chris Van Tol is now first out on the course for his first time. In Flight 3, he's up against Dustin Durant, also making their first appearance here. Durant getting a penalty on entry. Unforced error, never good. Van Tol is in boat number 8. Sorry, no, Van Tol, yes, Van Tol in boat number 8, Durant in boat 2. With 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. You can see Van Tol very comfortable in the ultimate 20s. Everybody here at Bayview knows Chris Van Tol. He's sailing with a veteran team that have been together for many years in match racing. While they may not be out on the competitive circuit like the other teams, they know the venue and they know the boats well. And that experience has reflected in some good performances here at Detroit Cup over the years. And with 1 minute 35 seconds to go, Van Tol has taken early control of this match against Dustin Durant from Long Beach. Out of the bottom mark, completing their first lap of the course in match 1, Waturo Sakamoto has been able to maintain the lead they had early on with Ian Hollerbach, sorry, Shane Divany. Wind has gone a little lighter here, so this is affecting the timing. 1 minute to go. Van Tol is leading on the final approach to the line against Dustin Durant in boat 2. Neither has very much pressure right now, and it's just a big fight against the current. 35 seconds to go. Question is whether Van Tol has enough pace to be able to get to windward. He's got full control of the starting line now. There's nowhere Dustin Durant can go. Van Tol happy to be slow as long as they're in control ahead of Durant. 10 seconds to go. Watch for Van Tol to tack now as long as they can lay the pin. Durant trying to lay the pin too. I think Durant hasn't quite appreciated the strength of the current here because they're certainly well shy of the lay line and will have to tack again. Even Van Tol's going to have to wiggle around that pin end just a little. So Durant in tough shape here. He's got a tack to get to the starting line. He's got a penalty on. And Chris Van Tol is already extending up the course here to the favored left side. We have not been following closely enough in match 2, but it looks as though Maximilian So has gotten ahead of Matt Graham. That's certainly a reversal from what we saw off the start. But in our final match of this flight, in match 4, will be David Storrs coming back out. Storrs was competing in flight 1, took a break in flight 2, and is now back out in flight 3. He's entering from the left in boat number 3 up against Chris Poole, who's in boat number 1. Poole making his debut appearance at this year's Detroit Cup. Storrs in boat 3 had a very close match against Ian Hollerbach in the flight 1. The decision was made on the finish line of that match. Very slow going, as you can see. Boats fighting against the current for position. Big part of their timing in the pre-start. Now with the lighter wind and the wind being a little bit around to the left, that's making the downwind legs just slightly skewed. We're looking coming downwind Maximilian So in the blue spinnaker, red shirts, leading against Matt Graham. This is So has not won a match yet. Graham has won 2 and has been undefeated. So while it's too early to call favorites, this is a big match for Max So to feel better about his prospects here in his first Detroit Cup. But on your screen is the pre-start, slow motion pre-start for match 4. Between Chris Poole in boat 1, David Storrs in boat 3. Chris Poole getting speed up a little faster than Dave Storrs and his team. Poole coming back at him on starboard, right of way, with 1 minute 10 seconds to go. Both boats look like they're well shy of the ley line to the pin end. Poole able to just keep Dave Storrs from getting to the start line. Overlap to windward. He just has to keep clear. Storrs not able to get up enough speed to sneak in ahead. 30 seconds to go. Storrs looking for some kind of relief over here to be able to have an opportunity to attack and get across Chris Poole. Poole's seeing that that's a possibility and so is tacking away early. If Dave Storrs is able to get the boat up and going here, this might be okay for Dave. We'll see. Here comes Chris Poole tacking to starboard. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Poole had full control of the match, but by possibly being a little too aggressive and coming back to his opponent on starboard, has ceded that lead to Dave Storrs. Now Storrs able to get across. Not quite sure why Storrs isn't tacking back. Usually the pin end of the starting line's been favored and to get to the left side of the course. So some strategic play here by Dave Storrs and his team. Boat 3, blue shirts. They're seeing something favorable over on the right side, which is really curious, and letting his opponent Chris Poole take the left. Now here's the tack. You can see by the angles the breeze has come left quite a bit. Maybe Dave Storrs and his team see better pressure over in the middle, and that's why they've elected to go that way. But the current's quite dramatic here, as you can see. Chris Poole making progress toward downtown Detroit. And slow progress upwind. Wow, Poole electing to tack early. And not usually you'd like to go the full extent and go all the way to the shoreline. But it is pretty light over here on the shore because the breeze has gone left and is a little bit more offshore than it has been. So the shoreline, while you get out of the current, you also get out of the breeze. So there's the gap right there, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Dave Storrs able to come from being pinned down with 1 minute to go into the start to then reversing the situation and taking control of their match 4. Meanwhile, coming across the finish line in match 1, there's the yellow flag. So Sakamoto takes a point in his match against Shane Divany. So Sakamoto is on 2 wins now and 3 matches sailed. Divany still looking for their first point. Those teams will rotate out. Let's see. Divany goes out. Sakamoto stays in to play in Flight 4. Coming up the shoreline here, Chris Poole this time is coming in all the way up into the shore, trying to get out of the current. Dave Storrs just tacking on his line. Very conservative tactics. Nice roll tack. And they'll get a little bit of pressure here coming off the shore. In the background, in the pink and blue spinnakers, so Dustin Durant has taken the lead now from Chris Van Tol. They've been able to get ahead of him on this run. Remember, Van Tol had a huge lead off the starting line. One last jibe. They got to watch out for hitting the mark. There's the umpires. They hit the signal boat on their entry. That's why they have a yellow flag. So Dustin Durant, boat 2, went from being in a very dodgy situation in the pre-start to having the lead here with Chris Van Tol. Both boats in having their slow roundings, you can see, have drifted quite far away from the leeward mark. But Durant is bow out and headed to the shoreline. There's Van Tol tacking away. So we'll see how Durant does. Durant and his team from Long Beach, California. This will be very interesting indeed because Van Tol's out there in boat 8 on port tack and they've been lifted. Durant coming at us has been headed coming into the wall here. It's going to be a challenge for them to decide whether to tack here out of the current or stay out there in a little bit more pressure. Here comes Van Tol back on starboard. We'll see what the gain or loss has been. So here comes Durant now. He's got a little bit of pressure, a little bit of relief from the current, making good progress on their second weather leg. They are in match 3 of this flight. As you can see by the match umpires trailing astern, they have a penalty on that they earned in their pre-start. Match umpires closing in to make sure they don't violate the restricted zone. But look at the lead they have on Chris Van Tol. Van Tol knowing that they couldn't gain anything by coming this way, so they have elected to tack up the middle and hope for a right shift to try to get back even in this second windward leg of their match. Coming downwind in boat 6 with the black spinnaker is Matt Graham. Graham, this match has changed leads 3 times. Graham had the early lead, lost it to Sakamoto. Sakamoto came back. Now Graham's ahead. Boat 6, Matt Graham. Jibing with the black spinnaker. And just getting across the finish line. We'll look for the flag. And there's a blue flag. So Matt Graham is undefeated thus far in 3 flights, in 3 matches. Maxi So here in boat 4, still looking for a win thus far in the competition in their 3 matches. So will rotate out, and so will Graham for the next flight. And we have 2 remaining pairs here on the course. Jibing the yellow spinnaker in blue shirts, David Storrs. Avenging himself from what was, we thought, a certain win in match 1 that was taken away from him at the finish line. He's now got a half leg lead. In, sorry, they're in match, sorry, Dave Storrs, yes. They're in match 4, so they still have 1 more lap to go. So they're concluding their first lap now. Leeward mark rounding, boat 3. Just a huge lead over Chris Poole. Wind going light again with the cloud cover. Lots of commercial traffic coming through in the channel. Heading down the river. Over there on the Canadian shore in the background. Now, it's may not be over yet in match 3. Dustin Durant and Chris Van Tol going upwind. If we look toward the, if we get our camera up to the windward mark, we can see Chris Van Tol had taken the right side and looked like in the beginning part of this last windward leg they were really not looking good, but look at this. They've gotten out in the pressure. They've got a left shift. Durant may have gone too far. They're easing sails. Durant is still slightly ahead, and as you can see, they're cracked off and going fast, but Chris Van Tol may have done a nice job of calling that ley line and cut the distance down. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Umpires getting up there in position. Zone clear is the call from the umpires. And so there it is. Look at that. Chris Van Tol getting that blue spinnaker up. They were able to retake the lead. This match also has changed hands. But the next move is the most important one. Durant's actually in control now. Even though they're trailing in the match, the next move's going to be a jibe. Van Tol knows that. Durant's got a little bit of pressure now. It's all in the next move.
meters clear.
That's the wing umpire saying 4 meters clear between those two boats in the overlap. This is the next move. What's going to happen?
3 clear, 1 boat. Clear, 1 boat.
Okay, so Chris Van Tol able to extend the lead to 1 boat from 4 meters. It may still not be enough because the jibe angles are pretty broad. Here goes the jibe. Nice jibe for both boats. Can Durant get over the top of Van Tol? Blue Spinnaker doesn't look happy.
Overlap. Overlap.
Okay, luffing overlap. Van Tol can luff Durant if he can get to him. But Durant's got more pressure.
Overlap. 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 Clear. Clear. Clear 1 meter.
All right, so Durant does the roll, but ladies and gentlemen, it ain't over because Durant has a penalty turn to do. So now Durant's got to figure out, okay, when can we do this penalty turn? We certainly don't have enough real estate to complete the turn and not have Chris Van Tol sneak in across the finish line. They look like they're actually laying the finish, so that's even fewer options now for Dustin Durant.
Clear 3 meters. Overlap. Overlap.
Yeah, not quite sure what that move was in slowing down and allowing the overlap to happen to leeward. That doesn't give you many options. So, yellow flag will remain up. The blue flag goes up. So Chris Van Tol, Bayview's own, takes his first point in the series. Very interesting match. So our winners in Flight 3 are Sakamoto. Oh, sorry, we got one more. Yep, you're right, we got one more. But thus far in Flight 3 in 3 matches, Sakamoto, Matt Graham, Chris Van Tol, and unless something catastrophic happens to Dave Storrs, he looks like he's well in control of match 4. So Dave Storrs making final approach to their final top mark rounding. Having to squeeze up and around just slightly. So up goes their yellow spinnaker in boat 3. It's likely they'll make an early jibe just to protect this side, but they've got a huge lead on Chris Poole. So with the Canadian shoreline in the background, Dave Storrs sailing away. About halfway down now on the final leeward leg of their match against Chris Poole. You're watching live match race action here on a live stream from the Detroit Cup, the 2014 Detroit Cup here at Bayview Yacht Club. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama, giving you live match race action in the second stop of the USA Grand Slam series, a 4-event series of Grade 2 match racing here in the U.S. attracted teams from all over the world. 12 teams here this year at Detroit Cup. Our format is a single round robin today and tomorrow, followed by quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, weather permitting. We are just watching the conclusion of Flight 3 in the round robin. The wind is fairly light now, a little bit of cloud cover suppressing the thermal. There's a little bit of thermal fighting the gradient here on the Detroit River. But still have enough breeze to sail. The Ultimate 20s used here are very fast, lightweight boats with a lot of sail area. Sailed by teams of 3, although one team out here, Matt Graham, I think has 4. The constraint being weight and not number of bodies on board. So you're watching David Storrs in boat 3 in the yellow spinnaker, sailing into what will be their first win of the series and their second match sailed. Storrs is from Connecticut and is the oldest competitor out here. He's a septuagenarian. So there's some encouragement for all us old guys that we can still be in this game against all the young folks. So there's a blue flag, David Storrs earning his first point. And with that, we'll take a little break and come back to you with more match race action here from Detroit Cup in Flight 4. We have David Storrs up against Dustin Durant. Durant had a pretty tight match in the last flight with Chris Van Tol, but Van Tol able to win. And Storrs lead that they simply extended on throughout their match. Now, it looks as though I haven't seen any boats go quite that far into that corner yet in the pre-starts. Storrs chasing, and just look at that, ducking. So Durant and Storrs doing pre-start circles over there in that corner. As I said, we haven't seen that yet, but that's more classic match race sailing, doing those circles. Remember, the current's dragging them left to right all the time. With that distance away from the starting line, that's really going to make the lead back important with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Storrs is nervous, did not elect to jibe and follow Durant. Durant's final jibe there has cost them the ability to lead back with 1:45. But Storrs also looks like they're very light. And maybe that's intentional, just holding high there, high and slow, killing time, 1 minute 25. They are just interested in keeping ahead of Durant. Durant is undoubtedly at full speed right now, realizing their mistake in that last jibe in the pre-start circle. With 1 minute to go, and this amount of current and this little amount of wind, Durant's going to be hard-pressed to get there. That's great. Thank you. So Dave Storrs now putting the pedal down to go at full speed themselves with 30 seconds to go. I think both teams will be late for the start, but all relative to Durant, it's looking pretty good. Durant is a little closer to us, but certainly doesn't look like they're going to be able to lay the pin. There's a starting signal. As you can see, both teams well off of the starting line, but Dave Storrs certainly closer to the start than Dustin Durant. So nicely done, Dave Storrs, and Dave Storrs from Connecticut is sailing with team members from Taylor Canfield's Team US1 for this regatta. So Durant tacking to get back across the start. Just monitoring the progress on match one. Sakamoto still maintains a fairly large, healthy lead on Peter Hulse. Next up into the starting box, Ian Hollerbach in boat 4, entering from the left, sailing away from us. And then Chris Poole entering from the right in boat 1.
Aiming above, aiming behind, down behind, holding behind. Holding bow, holding mast, holding helm, and up with an overlap.
So that little narration from the wing umpire Tom Rinda, narrating what the orientation is of the right-of-way boat, Chris Poole, coming at his opponent. That relationship's good for the match umpires to know relative to the racing rules. So Poole now coming back on the attack, but it looks as though Ian Hollerbach should be able to jibe and get across.
Holding.
Here comes a call from the wing.
Low or ahead, your perspective. Holding, aiming bow, down, down, ahead, down. Aiming bow, aiming mast, holding, aiming helm, holding, holding.
All right, so Ian Hollerbach able to get around the bow of Chris Poole. That's the number one job of the boat entering from the left side in the match race pre-start is to get to the other side of your opponent. So Chris Poole chasing Ian Hollerbach with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Lots of time now. Now, interesting how Hollerbach's holding high at 1 minute and 50. Poole is going to overlap to leeward, but there's quite a bit of separation, and Poole's keeping the pace on. He's not throttling back at all in this light air. Hollerbach going head to wind, slowing down as if they want to protect their position relative to Poole in the starting line. So they're bearing away now to try to lead back with 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Poole might have done the better move there by being faster and coming back at Hollerbach. Hollerbach's a sitting duck, with Poole able to overlap him to leeward and be in control. So Hollerbach may not have done the right thing there for sure. With 45 seconds to go, Hollerbach's going to be forced to have to take Chris Poole's stern. Now Poole bearing away to protect their approach into the start. 35 seconds. Poole content to lay off now, come at the starting line with full speed, be on the favored left side. Hollerbach is actually tacked back because they feel like they want to start at the boat end. 10 seconds to go. Poole won't be able to get them. 5 seconds. So there's a starting signal. Poole bow out to leeward. Hollerbach to windward with pace, but a little further away. So if the left side of the course is favored, then Chris Poole has done a nice job on winning this start. In the other matches, Sakamoto maintains their lead on Peter Holtz. They're on their final windward leg for their second lap. And Dave Storrs has about a 20 or maybe 15 to 20 length lead in their match against Dustin Durant. Now here in the final pairing of Flight 4, Sam Gilmore, sailing boat 6. Sam's from Australia, is up against Chris Van Tol in boat 8. Gilmore not able to get across Van Tol, so luffing up into a dial-up. Van Tol's bow is forward, so he won't be able to maintain that position for very long. You see the teams using their jibs to control the bow, control their position relative to each other. Now, interesting to watch here, but Hollerbach has actually come out ahead of Chris Poole. Being up on the right side ended up being a pretty good position. So Chris Poole.
Nada. Did you want this off?
No, it just was so loud. We're trying to explain to Kelly what's going on out here.
Yeah.
Kelly's a non-sailor.
Yeah.
She can't hear it. I can't hear Moose. Well, you're talking all these terms. Nobody understands those.
Coming back at Ian Hollerbach. Poole looked good off the start. We had predicted that he might have a favored side and coming into the left. But Hollerbach able to maintain the position up on the hipped up on Poole. So Hollerbach now back in control. And up in the background on the red spinnaker, that's Sakamoto from Japan on their final run into the finish for match one. They've held and maintained and even extended on their lead with Peter Holtz. Interesting that Chris Poole was breaking away. Up, now he's tacked back. Poole not able to get any kind of ley line coming off the shoreline toward that top white mark. So Ian Hollerbach even extending from what was a fairly close match here at the beginning of their first leg around the track. So Hollerbach now in control of match three. In pre-start action with 25 seconds to go. Van Tol wiggling the bow, trying to maintain over Gilmore. Gilmore not quite overlapped to get there, has to tack away. Van Tol done a nice job here on his final approach. So Chris Van Tol with good speed, heading in the right direction. And coming at us now in boat 8. But watch out. I mean, Gilmore is up there with pressure. We saw in the last match that Hollerbach was able to be up there and have some gains on Chris Poole. Van Tol knows this area better than anyone else out here. If there's any danger up there, watch for him to cut across to try to reduce the gap he has with the Australians. So blue flag up at the signal boat. That's Sakamoto earning his first point. Sorry, not earning his first point. Second point, I believe. Against Peter Holtz. Peter Holtz coming downwind with that green spinnaker. So here in the foreground, we'll see when Van Tol comes off the shoreline if he's able to get across the bow of Sam Gilmore. There's a little bit of pressure. We can see it on the water here on the left side. Van Tol looking very comfortable there. But it's all going to come down to what's going to happen in this cross. So here comes Van Tol, tacking with pressure. The match umpires don't look too concerned about this cross. Now they're concerned. All right. Looks like about a length and a half that that Van Tol has. And in match 3 action, Hollerbach has come out ahead of Poole on the bottom mark. Poole actually closed the gap a little bit there on the run. You can see that the gap comes and goes depending on the little waves of pressure that are coming down the race course. Poole, for example, looks great right now, shearing up with some good pressure on the right. He may close the gap even more here. If Hollerbach were attacking now, it would be quite close with Chris Poole. The other match in this flight is Dave Storrs, Yellow Spinnaker, coming downwind. They are more than half a leg ahead of their competitor, which was Dustin Durant with a pink Spinnaker, who's just come around the top mark. So here comes Hollerbach's tack. We'll see how close it is with Poole. He tacked in just about the same spot that Van Tol did, and there's enough pressure there to get across. So this looks actually pretty comfortable for Hollerbach being able to maintain their lead with Chris Poole. And rather than take any chances of Chris getting further to the left, Hollerbach tacked on him just to maintain control of this left side. Chris Van Tol up there bouncing up and down with a blue Spinnaker. Sam Gilmore with the black Spinnaker also bouncing up and down in some powerboat waves. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen, because if Gilmore is able to get a little bit further ahead, they might be able to get a piece of Van Tol coming down on this run. Van Tol did a nice job getting through the waves, kept that Spinnaker filled. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, yellow flag up on the signal boat means Dave Storrs gets another point. But let's have a look at Chris Van Tol and Sam Gilmore. Gilmore in the black Spinnaker, Australian team. Here comes Van Tol with a jibe. Here goes Gilmore. This is Gilmore's only opportunity on this run to attack Chris Van Tol by taking Van Tol's wind with that black Spinnaker. Van Tol might have his bow up just enough to keep clear. Here comes Van Tol. He's putting the bow up even more. Gilmore's got really good pressure. Look at the closing the gap. Here comes Van Tol for the attack. Gilmore's got to respond. We don't have any wing.
You have a wing.
Okay, Gilmore.
Clear.
So there you go. Wing umpire says clear. Gilmore able to roll over the top of Van Tol.
1 meter.
Van Tol breaking off that attack. He's got to jibe back. He's going to see if he can have one more go at him, but Gilmore had a very nice jibe, and they're rolling very quickly into this bottom mark rounding. Early drop for Van Tol. He's setting himself up to try to get inside on the turn. There's a big gap there, as you can see, left by the current. Here comes Van Tol's turn. Ooh, he had to do a little wiggle down to miss the mark and hit some waves. Well, look at this. Van Tol electing not to go up high, but actually to reach off to try to find clear out a lure just to get to the left side. That's a very interesting play. It gives the short-term lead to Gilmore, but if he's able to get any relief from the current before Gilmore, then he gains upwind. So we're watching Chris Van Tol and Sam Gilmore. Van Tol had the lead in the first leg of this match. Gilmore took it away on the run. Van Tol's battling to get this lead back. Now remember that the runs are where the boat that's behind doesn't catch up and take the lead on this leg. They will have a strong chance of doing it in the next leg. So double tack there, downspeed tack for Van Tol. Same for Gilmore. Now in that one, Gilmore can choose when he tacks back. They do that. But this is going to be a very, very close match, ladies and gentlemen. A little more pressure coming down the track too, so this is speeding things up a bit. There goes Van Tol. Gilmore had a lot more, his sails a lot more sheeted on during that roll tack. A slightly different technique with the roll tacking on Van Tol's boat, but almost looks like Van Tol's doing a little better job coming out of the tacks with more speed. Good one. They're taking it all the way to the corner. Van Tol hesitating. There goes Gilmore. What's going to be important for Van Tol is to try to maintain clear air on the long leg back over to the white mark. Hope that they can keep clear air and keep the gap close. If Gilmore's not sitting on their wind too badly and slowing them down. Van Tol's just got to remain within a few lengths of the top and have a very good spinnaker set to then be set up to attack on the jibe downwind, just as Gilmore did in their first run. Now you can see by the positioning that Van Tol's been slowed down a little bit there. He's hoping he hasn't sailed extra distance, and maybe the Australians have. The Australians are throwing Van Tol a lot of bad air there and slowing him down. So that gap that was only a couple lengths is probably extended out to about 4 or 5 now. Here comes Van Tol. Van Tol's finally getting clear air as the Aussies bear off on their final approach to the top mark. There goes the black spinnaker for Gilmore. Beautiful spinnaker set. That sort of extension there is what may save this match for Gilmore, because Van Tol, still struggling to get around, will not have an opportunity to attack from this far behind. And with the current, that makes these downwind legs that much shorter in duration. So early jibe for Van Tol in a desperate effort to try to get at Gilmore, but you can see that gap. It's pretty large. And unless the wind shuts off completely, it's looking pretty good for Sam Gilmore. So, Sam Gilmore, black spinnaker. Looks like they're well on their way to earning another point. Van Tol had early control of the match, was not able to hold that control at the top of the first run. Gilmore able to pass, and Gilmore able to extend that up in the left corner on the second beat. So one final jibe into the finish, Sam Gilmore. A team from the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club in Perth, Western Australia. Certainly the most far-traveled team here for Detroit Cup. And there goes their blue flag for earning a point. So that'll be the conclusion of Flight 4. We'll take a break and come back to you and bring you live action from Detroit Cup for Flight 5. Welcome back to match race action here, Flight 5 of the Detroit Cup, our first round robin in the competition. And with just under 35 seconds to go, we've got Peter Holtz up against Pierre Morvan. Holtz closest to us in boat 7, Morvan in boat 5. Morvan has been undefeated so far in his 3 matches sailed. Holtz looking for their first victory. Very light air, as you can see. The wind has actually shifted a little bit to the right. Holtz looks like they'll be able to just creep around that pin end in the current, and has a very nice lee bow position here with the French. So Pierre-Antoine Morvan struggling to stay, keep up here with Peter Holtz. You can see that they're gradually dropping back. Holtz extending, a little more pace, good angle. And there goes Morvan tacking away. Next in the starting area is Chris Poole, entering from the left against Dustin Durant. Poole is a regular at the Oak Cliff Sailing Center in Long Island, New York. And Durant is based in Long Beach, California, and a veteran of the California Dreaming Series and other match race events in the West Coast. Both these teams looking for their first victory. And Chris Poole, in fact, looking for his first victory in the Grand Slam series. He didn't do that well last week in Chicago. The breeze is kicked around to the right a little bit more than we had in the last couple of flights. But I haven't seen any signals to indicate that the race course has changed off of the default white mark that's to your left looking away from the shoreline. Race managers haven't felt it was solid enough out of the right to go to that green mark that you see in the distance. So twice around course, windward leeward, white mark to the leeward orange mark, back up and around, and then to the finish. In that first cross, Peter Holtz able to get across the French and Morvan. So that's got to make Peter feel good about being ahead of one of the favorites here in the competition. Meanwhile, down in the pre-start action, Chris Poole and Dustin Durant. Durant in boat 2. So 1 minute 45 to go. Durant extending over there to the right. Poole keeping himself between Durant and the starting line.
30 seconds to drop prep with the long sound.
Slightly more pressure now, making the pre-starts a little more lively than the last flight. So all about positioning. Poole trying to get himself positioned in a way that Durant cannot freely tack and lead back to the start. And there's 1 minute to go. Poole in pretty good control of the pre-start at this stage, and he breaks away to lead back with 40 seconds to go. Durant now chasing. Durant was going for the hook, trying to get an overlap to lure to Poole to force him away. He's not quite able to get there. Poole still in full control. 15 seconds to go. Here's some whistles from the umpires. And a yellow flag, yellow flag. So Dustin Durant must have done something. Maybe there was contact in one of those fishtails that we saw a minute ago. Dustin Durant, trailing boat, earning a penalty from the umpires in his match against Chris Poole. So Chris Poole off to a great start with Dustin Durant. But as we've seen in a lot of these matches, leads early on don't necessarily translate to wins at the finish line.
Durant, the boat he's on, number 2, came down and hit the bow of his boat with the pole, hit the starboard back panel of boat number 1.
Boat 2 and boat 1, copy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well there was a report from our Debbie Schrainer, the match umpire in match 2, about the contact with Durant and Poole. So maybe a little bit of damage to report, a little bit of erosion. Okay, yeah, damage report. So a little erosion into Dustin Durant's damage deposit. Hopefully that doesn't debilitate the ability for that match to continue. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Chris Poole's well in control. Now, in match 3, Ian Hollerbach is up against Chris Van Tol. So a little bit of intramural action here. Both teams from Bayview Yacht Club. Hollerbach extending away in boat 4. Chris Poole in boat 8. The wind has shifted around to the right fairly significantly here. Not enough to initiate a course change, but maybe slightly different strategies on the part of the teams. This makes a signal boat a little more favored. So our approach strategies have also changed a bit. Van Tol and Hollerbach head to wind with 1 minute 50 seconds to go in their pre-start. Van Tol protecting the left side. He's in boat 8. So minute 30 to go. Van Tol jibing. Here comes Ian Hollerbach, boat 4. Interesting that Hollerbach chose not to overtly attack on starboard tack Chris Van Tol, but looks like he wants to protect the right side on their final approach into the start with 1 minute to go. Van Tol is trying to keep Hollerbach from getting back to the starting line, but the overlap's clear. The key issue is whether or not Hollerbach can tack and complete his tack.
30 seconds. We're going to drop 3, raise 4, 1 south.
Right now, it's a little hard to tell, but Van Tol's doing a nice job of positioning here. Van Tol breaks it away early to make the move toward the starting line with 10 seconds to go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, change.
Whoa, look at that. So with the current, the gap opened up enough that Hollerbach was able to get in there, and Van Tol was just a little slow to accelerate, so even though Hollerbach was on the ropes with 10 seconds to go, he's been able to get back in. Now, Van Tol is bow out to leeward, and so does have a slight advantage coming off the starting line. You can see him start to accelerate a little now. So there's that lee bow effect where Hollerbach's going to be slow, Van Tol's going to accelerate away. And there goes Hollerbach tacking. So nice recovery by Ian Hollerbach to jibe around or tack around actually and get back in around the bow of the signal boat.
4, 3, 2, 1, raise break.
Hollerbach still being controlled now by Van Tol. Van Tol tacks on his bow. So Van Tol definitely wants to take the left side. Now this could be interesting though. Hollerbach's now got bow out to leeward on port. He's going to own the right side if he wants it. So look at that. Look at Hollerbach accelerate a little. Van Tol doing a nice job of hanging in there. Hollerbach's options, of course, are just to tack away, get back into the middle. But the breeze has gone right, so there might be a little bit of advantage to being on the right side of the course right now. We're looking up the track at match 1 with Peter Holtz and Pierre Morvan. Not quite sure. They've split jibes now. Morvan might have gotten back into a position to take the lead from Holtz. Actually, note that's a different pair. I'm sorry, they're not racing together. Actually, Holtz is well ahead of Morvan. Morvan in boat 5 seems to have some problems there with their red spinnaker coming downwind. They've got a big knot in it. That's pretty uncharacteristic of a team that's one of the strongest here in the competition. So Peter Holtz well on his way for an upset victory against one of the favored teams here with Morvan. Meanwhile, in the Van Tol-Hollerbach match, Hollerbach has been able to take control. He is ahead on the right. They're both coming across on starboard. Van Tol might be in trouble here. Hollerbach able to find some pressure on the right, tack across, get the lead. They're now got a little bit more pressure and accelerating. So we'll keep our eye on that match. We should go back to the pre-start now. And as we do that, congratulate Peter Holtz for taking his first victory. So in pre-start action of match 4, we've got Sam Gilmore against David Storrs. Storrs in boat 3, Gilmore in boat 6. Storrs closes to us with 30 seconds to go. I would say Storrs is against the ropes here because Gilmore has got speed. He's got the right-hand position, an advantage. The wind has been to the right, as we've seen in the last few matches. And by the time Dave Storrs tacks and comes back across, Gilmore will be in a very strong controlling position. So there goes Storrs taking Gilmore stern. Now Gilmore may have made a little mistake there by underestimating the strength of the current. They were pretty thin on that ley line in their approach into the start. If they'd gone a little bit further and tacked, they would have had a little more room on the pin and had a little more speed. Storrs is definitely faster. What may save Gilmore is the fact that the breeze has gone light and gone back to the left a little. You can see him right now bow out, coming at us. So there goes Gilmore's tack. And he's going to have about a length lead. So Dave Storrs has got some work to do in his match against Sam Gilmore. Up the track in match 3, Nathan Hollerbach coming downwind. Sorry, Ian Hollerbach coming downwind. Sorry, Nate, I know you're listening. In boat 4, 2 blue kites. The lead blue kite is Hollerbach. The trailing blue kite is Van Tol. Van Tol is far enough back that it's going to be probably pretty hard for them to attack Hollerbach. They are electing not to do that, actually, which is interesting. So they're going to go ahead and extend over, get to the other side, and hope for another opportunity to come at them on their final approach into their first bottom mark rounding. So, Ian Hollerbach, boat 4, looking strong in the final lengths of their first lap around. In the foreground, coming here along the shoreline, Dave Storrs is fighting hard to get out from under Sam Gilmore's control. And then out in the background, in match 2, is Chris Poole setting the white spinnaker. He's in boat 1 with a very big lead over Dustin Durant. Poole is on his final leg of their match 2 in this flight. And if things look like they look like now, this will be Poole's not only first point here at Detroit Cup, but first point in the Grand Slam series. Dustin Durant having a hard time with jibing that pink spinnaker. They're running out of options to try to catch Chris Poole. And then coming into the foreground here, into the shore, for their second lap around the course, Ian Hollerbach, boat 4. Chris Van Tol trailing in boat 8. Van Tol's got a little bit of weather gauge on Hollerbach. Hollerbach coming back into the shoreline here. That breeze is shifted back to the left, so it's a little more favored coming in here. So Van Tol keeping it close. It'll really come down to the final run in their match. They are match 4 in this flight 5 of the competition. And there's a blue flag on the signal boat, so score a point for Chris Poole. Yeah, I know. I've said that now a couple of times. And match 3, match 4, on their first leg downwind, David Gilmore, Black Spinnaker, has a fairly comfortable lead on Dave Storrs. I don't think Storrs could jibe and get to Gilmore from where they are there. So this could be just another case of follow the leader. So Dave Gilmore, boat 6, Black Spinnaker, team from Perth, Western Australia. They are looking like they have things well in control. The breeze has kicked up another knot here. We can feel it off the shore. It's quite a cool breeze. That morning thermal that we have is going to come around a little bit to favor more of the gradient. So we get little puffs of this left breeze now and then. With that pressure, boats are speeding up a bit. The action gets a little bit faster. But right now, everybody's fairly well separated. There goes Gilmore dropping the Black Spinnaker for their mark rounding, bottom mark rounding. If they extend on starboard tack, they'll get into the pressure up in the left middle of the course. There's very interesting. Up at the top, Hollerbach almost made a mistake there. Chris Poole was on the right side on the ley line. You know, that's sort of a last-ditch effort to get at your opponent, is sit there on the starboard tack ley line coming into the top mark, and if your opponent who's leading the match isn't careful, you have an opportunity to go at him. Hollerbach almost got caught there. Very fast set on Van Tol's boat, and an early jibe. But you can see the gap is a pretty big one. So Van Tol's got to find something to pull out of a hat here to get up to Ian Hollerbach. Another knot or two more pressure on the course. So Hollerbach able to sail a little bit deeper and be less prone to getting caught by the overtaking boat in Chris Van Tol. Van Tol also sailing a little deeper, easing the spinnaker out. Jibe angle's getting a little bit narrower, and therefore fewer opportunities to come back. And then going upwind on their final lap, Dave Storrs is chasing Sam Gilmore. Storrs has got to find an opportunity to try to be that close. If they can be that close to Gilmore coming around the top and have a very good spinnaker set and a good jibe, they might have a might have an opportunity to come back at the Australians. So yellow flag at the signal boat. Signals a win for Ian Hollerbach over Chris Van Tol. So in the intramural competition, it looks like Hollerbach's on top at the moment. And in the final match, the Australian, Sam Gilmore and his team, maintaining a lead over Dave Storrs from Connecticut. You can see the relative sail trim there. The Australians have their jib eased out, more of a reach. Dave Storrs and his team more close-hauled trim, trying to remain to windward of Gilmore, not get any bad air. So there goes that black spinnaker. Sam Gilmore and the Australians have indeed extended their lead a little bit, and maybe enough to maintain it for the final run to the finish, with Dave Storrs now coming around the top. There goes Storrs' yellow spinnaker. You can see the gap. It's going to be hard to overcome that. But they're going to try. There's an early jibe. Gilmore jibing to match. We've been overhearing a little traffic on the radio with the umpires and the organizers regarding the collision between Durant and Chris Poole in the pre-start. Durant apparently had pranged Poole pretty hard, and enough damage that they're dipping into Durant's damage deposit. The way that works is all the teams need to put up some money as an insurance fund, so that way when there's damage that happens on the boats, the damage is given an estimate on repair cost, and that's deducted from the damage deposit. And if they go beyond their deposit, they need to put more in the kitty. So that's how this game can get expensive if you're not careful. And then to make matters even worse, you can also get assessed a fractional point penalty by the umpires, which is never good either, because that just erodes into your scores. So we'll listen to hear if there's any sort of hearing by the umpires on that.
Have damage deposit back from him yet either.
Aha, so Dustin Durant wants to have a hearing. So what that means is he's fighting for not getting any points deduction out of that match and the collision and the damage. So we'll see how that progresses, whether that's done right away or perhaps it's done at the end of the day just to keep the racing going. So Sam Gilmore wins his match. Our winners, therefore, in Flight 5 are Peter Holtz, Chris Poole, Ian Hollerbach, and Sam Gilmore. So with that, we'll take a little break. Don't go away. Come back with us live for match race action here at the Grade 2 Detroit Cup. We've just completed Flight 5. We'll come back at you with Flight 6 here in a few minutes' time. We're back to live match race action here at Detroit Cup. Flight 6 is underway now. We just saw the entry with Ian Hollerbach coming off a big victory against Pierre-Antoine Morvan, one of the favorites in the competition. And he's up against Dustin Durant. Durant didn't have such a great Flight 5. In fact, Durant hit Chris Poole hard enough to get assessed a what's called a Category C level damage, over $300 worth of damage, that not only digs into his damage deposit, but also cost him a full 1 point penalty. So even though he didn't win the match, he still gets deducted a point off his score line. So very expensive flight indeed for the team from Long Beach. So they're coming out swinging now against Ian Hollerbach. Durant in boat 2 with the yellow flag, and Ian Hollerbach in boat 4 with a blue flag. They are 2 minutes and 35 seconds ago in the pre-start. You can see the breeze is actually ticked up again. We've got good pressure now, a little more solid across the course. The boats are faster. The action's tighter. I think this little bit of sunshine returning has helped bring some thermal breeze back here to the Bayview Yacht Club waterfront, right here on the Detroit River. So, a lot more maneuvers. 2 minutes to go. Ian Hollerbach, boat 4, electing to lead back quite early. 1 minute 40 seconds to go. He did something like this in his last pre-start. He got early, luffing sails, and then got a little bit of trouble, but managed to slip in at the signal boat. Durant now in boat 2, I would say, is under control. Hollerbach knows how strong the current is. He seems to have this strategy of hanging out over there and waiting for the opportunity to slip in. But unlike the last match where this happened, I bet Durant doesn't let his control go away. Remember, it's all relative. This isn't a fleet race where you're starting against a bunch of other boats. This is all relative to your competition. So if they're late in starting, it doesn't matter. It's all about who's ahead. And Durant is now in full control. 35 seconds to go. Looks like some green flags from the umpires over there. Not sure what that issue was. They didn't look very close.
Overlap 2 meters, clear, 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 1 meter. Clear 2 meters.
And there's a starting signal. Yellow's over the line early. That is Hollerbach. Their plan is to go and do a dip start. Very clever idea, actually, given the amount of current, but having to dip below that side of the line is costly enough. It's not going to pay off. Durant in boat 4 is hipped up on the weather side, but I like that. I think that's very cool way to get out of a bad situation, because to follow Durant around that bow of the signal boat would have been a long way. That dip start was fairly clever. And in fact, clever enough, that may have worked for him. Look at him accelerate here, bow out. If there's any left shift at all, this could work in Hollerbach's favor. Got a little bit of powerboat traffic. He's been kind enough to slow down, not throw any wave at these guys. So I was wrong, folks. That's Durant leading back over here. It was Durant who did the dip start. Very cleverly done. And look at this. This is going to work out for him. He went from being controlled by Hollerbach to now being in control of the match. So they've got to be feeling better about that on Durant's boat after that last flight that was a complete disaster for them. So next in the starting box is Chris Van Tol and Dave Storrs. Storrs to leeward there in boat 3. They've got their blue jerseys on. Van Tol in boat 8 going around the bow now of Storrs. And extending away with 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Just over 2 minutes to go. Storrs is chasing Van Tol. Ooh, very close jibe there. Not sure if there's a flag on the play. Match umpires may not have been in the great position to see that either. So, final approach. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Wind's gone light again. This is going to make the approach back even longer, make the current more of a factor. Van Tol to leeward. Storrs to windward. Don't know if Storrs is in a position to be able to roll over the top of Van Tol. Very close with Storrs and Van Tol. Van Tol to leeward. Wind's gone light. They've gone down speed. Calls from the wing umpire clear, so Van Tol's been able to sneak ahead and get around the bow of Storrs. Storrs now tacking. So Van Tol has taken control of this pre-start. Very nicely done. Good control of the ultimate 20. He wants the left. He owns the left now. Storrs looks fast over there on port tack, but remember, he's got to get across this current. The wind's gone light again. This is making for slow progress. Doesn't work.
It's an apple.
Oh.
For some reason it works different than...
There, Van Tol got a little bit of pressure, a little bow up. So slow going while Chris Van Tol in boat 8 is trying to extend forward, and now almost ahead of of Dave Storrs. Meanwhile, match 3 pre-start, Sam Gilmore is up against Chris Poole. Gilmore closest to us in boat 6, and Chris Poole obscured now over there in boat 1. Very light going indeed here. You can see the slow progress Van Tol's making with Dave Storrs. Creeping along against the current of the Detroit River. As they get a little bit further up the track, there's a little more pressure. Van Tol just getting his nose into it now. Van Tol having to tack to avoid the restriction zone and able to get across the bow of Dave Storrs. So still in the pre-start, Chris Poole now roll tacking, getting more into the center of the pre-start area with 2 minutes to go. It's gone light there. Yep. Are you on there? No. So in match 1, Dustin Durant, boat 2, able to maintain their lead around the first lap of the course. Ian Hollerbach in boat 4 has to tack away over to the right. With the light air now, anything can happen. There's a little bit of pressure kind of getting to Durant just now, and able to get his bow then across of Ian Hollerbach. Meanwhile, over in the pre-start, breeze looks like it's died quite a bit. Chris Poole to leeward of Sam Gilmore. Gilmore, boat 6, in control with 35 seconds. Very light air at the moment. Poole having a hard time getting past Gilmore, especially in the light air. 20 seconds to go. Gilmore now in the race for the pin. Poole cannot win that race. So Poole tacks away. Gilmore with just enough pressure to sneak around, kick his stern around the pin end of the line. They do own the left. The question now is if there's enough pressure to justify the effort to get here. There may be a little bit more pressure in the middle of the course. We'll see if Poole's able to hook anything over there in boat number 1 in the middle of the starting line. Next into the starting box. Is Pierre-Antoine Morvan up against Matt Graham. Graham had a very good morning, winning all his matches. We'll see if he's able to maintain that momentum in the afternoon. Morvan had also won all his matches until being upset in the last flight by Peter Holtz. Still light going here on the course. Sun's coming back out, so maybe that'll kick in a little bit more pressure. We hope so. We're watching Sam Gilmore tack off the Bayview shoreline with about a 3-length lead over Chris Poole. In the pre-start, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Matt Graham is lying between Pierre Morvan and the start line. Morvan electing to jibe to get a low approach on this starting line. There's 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so there's actually quite a bit of time left, but the wind has gone pretty light, so it's going to make the early leads back much more important. Morvan in boat 5, Graham in boat 7. Now it's Morvan's turn to break away and have a go at leading back with 1:30 to go. Graham's kind of let him have that position. Now Morvan's going bow down to not get hooked, but in so doing they're running out of runway on the lay line to that pin end. So there's 1 minute to go. Big wiggles by Matt Graham. Trying to slow down. He's a little bit fast with 35 seconds to go. Matt Graham, head to wind. 15 seconds to go. There's a hook. Morvan's penalty flags came out. And blue flag from the umpires. So Matt Graham has earned a penalty from not responding to the luff by the French. And Matt Graham's over early. So bad timing. Matt knew he was early on his approach, didn't respond to the luff, got pushed over early by the French, and Pierre Morvan, masterful job of time and distance and positioning to win that start there here in match 4 of flight 6. So very nicely done, Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Matt Graham just mistimed it literally by 5 seconds. So having come across the start line and jibed and then come back up to a close hauled course, Matt Graham has shed his penalty. So there's no outstanding penalties on this match, but as you can see, the extension done by Morvan and his French team is considerable. If once they get into their nose and a little pressure here, they will be well on their way. Meanwhile, first finisher in Flight 6 from Match 1 is Dustin Durant. He's earned back the point that he lost in the last match. So Durant handing Ian Hollerbach one of his few defeats thus far in the competition. Now out in the background, coming downwind for their first time in Flight 3 is Sam Gilmore in the black spinnaker and Chris Poole in Boat 1 with a white spinnaker. Poole trying to go deep just to try to close the gap down with the Australians. The Australians might be very close to the ley line to that bottom mark rounding. Poole closing the gap now, but obviously will be a behind. So down comes the black spinnaker on Sam Gilmore's boat, boat 6. Very nice mark rounding. They didn't leave too much extra space there. And Poole having to do a very downspeed jibe and another jibe. So in the current, you can see that gap that opens up when you're downspeed. That's half a length or more. So very difficult for Chris Poole to be able to catch up on this match. Meanwhile, Chris Van Tol is on final approach to their final top mark rounding. He's against David Storrs. They're both reaching over from the shore over to the top mark. Storrs is not too far away, folks. Van Tol has to watch out. He's got to have a good set, which that looks like a pretty good set. And then they got to be careful. We'll see if Storrs is able to get within striking range. Here comes yellow spinnaker Dave Storrs. A similar good set. Notice how Van Tol is sailing very deep. He's sailing deep to prevent there being any leverage on the part of Dave Storrs to be able to jibe inside him and then having to fight them on the starboard jibe. So looking downwind, Chris Van Tol, blue spinnaker, has done a nice job of extending, even on this downwind leg, the lead with Dave Storrs. If Storrs jibes, he's not going to be in any kind of position to attack Van Tol. Up at the weather mark. Looks pretty close up there. So that's Morvan. Had to do a little fighting to stay ahead of Matt Graham. Graham is behind more than it looks from this perspective because he's got to tack twice. Here goes a set from the French. Red spinnaker up on Morvan. Very nice set. Graham is setting now. They were a little bit slower in the turn, and look like they might be a little too far away to be able to attack Morvan. So if Morvan jibes, I don't see a way for Graham to get at him. Meanwhile, down at the finish in match 2, Chris Van Tol scores another point against Dave Storrs. So watch this coming downwind. Red spinnaker, green spinnaker. Matt Graham in the green spinnaker trying to get on top of the wind of Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Graham has a nice position here. It looks as though they're going forward. Morvan spinnaker looks like it's in trouble. So this just goes to show you how powerful this is downwind. But they don't have a lot of runway left coming in this direction. So Morvan just able to stay ahead. Certainly Matt Graham on the attack on this run. Very well done to close that gap down just to within a length. They had a 8-10 length gap at the top. So Morvan and his team, boat 5. Graham and his team in boat 7. I don't know if it's an advantage, but Graham has a lighter crew and is able to sail with 4 to meet the weight limit, whereas everybody else out here has 3. Sometimes that extra set of hands helps in the takedowns and the sets and other maneuvers. So Matt Graham has closed it up here with the French. The breeze is kicked over to the right. Now notice their rotation. That's another reason that Matt Graham is able to live there. This right shift is allowing Graham to kind of hip up there, remain in clear air. It's really quite a big right shift. So Graham tacking away. French electing to stay to the left. Meanwhile, Sam Gilmore douses the black spinnaker as the blue flag goes up, and Gilmore scores another point at the expense of Chris Poole. So there's one remaining match on the course with Matt Graham and Pierre-Antoine Morvan. A little more pressure now. It did kick right, a little bit under this cloud. This has allowed some of the boats that get kicked away from the favored left side to remain in the game here. Nice pressure coming down the track at the moment. Morvan looks like they've got a fairly comfortable cross. Didn't hear any bow-to-bow calls from the wing umpires up there, so it must have been at least 4 or 5 lengths. There's Morvan tacking to cover. Matt Graham will have one more opportunity to get at Matt Graham will have one more opportunity to get at Morvan. Graham coming out of the right side into the final approach into the top white mark. If Graham has even the smallest piece of starboard tack to get at the French, this is the time. It's one of the reasons that in match racing we have starboard roundings rather than port roundings, is for just opportunities like this. But it looks from us that Morvan is fairly comfortable in crossing and that this won't be an issue. Ooh, Morvan has mistimed the mark. He almost hit the mark. Had to do a last-second wiggle to get around. Now, Pierre-Antoine Morvan and his team are from Normandy, and anybody who's been there knows there's lots of current there. So in general, they should be pretty good in this stuff. So one last opportunity for Matt Graham to go on the attack to the French. Green Spinnaker is not looking very happy, though. They've got to try to ease it as much as possible to get it to rotate around so they have an opportunity to get to him on the next jibe. But this right shift has made this jibe a lot more prevalent on this leg. Here comes the jibe from Morvan. There's the jibe by Graham. I think Graham is frankly too far away to be have any effect on the French. The French think so too. They bear off. They don't feel threatened by them at all. And yeah, they're going to just broader angles here, easing the sheets to keep their air clear. So we're less than a minute away to the conclusion of Flight 6 with winner in Match 4 very nearly to be Pierre-Antoine Morvan, Red Spinnaker Boat 5, one final jibe into the finish. So with that jibe, Morvan is crossing the finish line. We'll see a yellow flag go up on the signal boat. And there it is. So our winners in Flight 6, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, Sam Gilmore, Chris Van Tol, and Dustin Durant. So we'll take a brief break here in the commentator booth and bring you live action from Detroit Cup with a resumption of the round robin in Flight 7.
15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race prep.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown to entry in match 1 of Flight 7. Coming in from the left this time in boat 1, Chris Poole. Chris is on 1 win thus far in the competition. He's up against Van Tol from Bayview Yacht Club. Van Tol's done pretty well today. I think he's won all but 1 match. So, Battle of the Chris's. Wind is up a little bit more than it was in the last couple of flights. We're probably up at about 7 knots or so, 6, 7 knots. Better than 4 or 5 like we've had. Van Tol out there in boat 8. Chris Poole in boat number 1. Poole able to get around the bow of Van Tol. As you can see, a little bit more pressure makes the Ultimate 20s a little more lively in these pre-starts. Just a little bit of a recap on results thus far for those wanting to keep track. Of course, not everybody has sailed the same number of matches, but thus far, Sam Gilmore is undefeated on 4 points. On 3 points is Pierre-Antoine Morvan, Wataru Sakamoto, Matt Graham, and Ian Hollerbach. Each of those guys on 3 points have actually had 1 loss, or in the case of Ian Hollerbach, 2 losses. And then on 2 points thus far is Peter Holtz, Chris Van Tol, Dave Storrs, and that's it. On 1 point is Chris Poole. And then on 0 points thus far, Maximilian So and Dustin Durant. Now Dustin's won 2 matches, but had a -1 score in 1, so that's negated his 1 win to 0. Sorry, he's won 1 match, and the -1 score negated that, so he's at 0 now. One minute to go. Chris Van Tol, boat 1, chasing Chris Van Tol, boat 8, being chased by Chris Poole in boat 1. Van Tol is operating the go left playbook, wanting to defend the approach to the pin end. 25 seconds to go. I think he's safely got it. I don't see Chris Poole being able to get to the pin end in that amount of time. So Poole seems to want the right, and Van Tol wants the left. So both boats will come off the line with good speed, provided their timing's right. So there we go, plenty of separation. Both boats at speed. We'll see who's made the better choice here based on what happens on their first part of their first beat. I can see Chris Poole's team hiking out hard. It looks like they're trying to actually kind of get over and across the bow of Chris Van Tol. Chris Poole definitely looks like he's got better speed through the water. but the gap is closing pretty fast. Van Tol in boat 8 coming at us is a little more upright. The breeze is not as far right as we saw in parts of the last flight. It's shifted back to the left. So that's making the approach in here to the restricted area happen earlier in the leg than we'd seen. Van Tol may be asking for water and room to tack off this restricted zone, although from our vantage point, it looks like he should be able to swing and tack without having to ask for room. Match umpires sliding into place, make sure Van Tol doesn't break that plane. And very interesting there, Poole elected to tack just a fraction later, which is giving Chris Van Tol's got a little more room to go through to leeward. Poole tacked a little bit later, allowing him that lane to the right. Now look at the left shift, though. This is a pretty big left shift to come off the wall and be on that kind of ley line to the top mark. So maybe that was indeed a good move for Chris Poole. But you never know. If the breeze shifts back to the right, Van Tol will be in a good position. Anyway, pre-start action, match 2. Peter Holtz is up against Maximilian So. So from Singapore, looking for his first win. He sat out most of the middle of the day. He did race in the morning, is now back out there. I think this is the first time that So has been out racing in the Ultimate 20s. Some kind of interesting moves there on deciding how to lead back with 1 minute 30 to go. Holtz able to get over the bow of So on final approach with 1 minute 15. Holtz nervous about being too early. That's the 1 minute signal there. I'll tell you what, folks, just looking up the track, Chris Poole has been able to lay the weather mark. This is a huge left shift. So up goes a white spinnaker at the top. Chris Poole around the top in the lead ahead of Chris Van Tol. Pre-start match 2. 15 seconds to go. Maxie So owns the left now in boat 3. Forced Holtz to tack away. We'll see now if Holtz can get up enough speed. Now, there's their starting signal. Holtz looks better than So at getting around that pin end. There goes So. He's barely squeezing up. He's really slowing down. He's got to put the bow down to accelerate. Now, Holtz has got to keep clear as a windward boat. Holtz had a little bit more pace initially. And, I think it almost looks like they may have missed Maxie So hitting the mark. No, they didn't. No, they got him. So, Maxie So hitting the mark, not having enough pace to wiggle up and around, giving a break to Peter Holst. So match 2, Peter Holst off to a great start. Wind has gone light now. So lighter pressure now. Breeze is shifted left, making the left side of the course even more favored. Coming into the wall now, boat 6. Peter Holst. Looks a little bit lighter in here, though. Maxi So may have a little pressure outside, but Holst will have the advantage of having a little less current. Meanwhile, pre-start action in match 3. In match 3, Pierre-Antoine Morvan in boat 5 is up against Wataru Sakamoto from Japan.
Yes, he hasn't figured out the left side's favorite.
So pre-start action with Morvan and Sakamoto. Sakamoto boat 4 to leeward, Morvan to windward in boat 5. Sakamoto has 3 wins, as does Morvan. So they're both on the same record. This could be an important match in any tie-break scenario. So Morvan breaking away, getting over to the other side in the pre-start with 1 minute 15 to go. Morvan in the position to lead back. One minute to go. Sakamoto hanging high, doesn't want to push Morvan too hard, so he has an opportunity to come in onto Morvan's hip. Morvan's going to own the pin end with 40 seconds to go. Although there goes Sakamoto, he's going to go for the hook. "25 seconds to go. "15 seconds to go. Morvan looking pretty good for the pin. The wing calls from the umpires were clear. Sakamoto keeping the pressure on, 3 seconds. Morvan's going to be thin on the pin. Just squeezing around. Sakamoto using his speed to tack away. So big ease on the sails for Morvan to build speed. Breeze is filling in a little bit again. Pressure's coming back. And so Morvan owns the left, Sakamoto the right. We'll see what happens when they come back together on their first beat. Next in the box, is Matt Graham against Shane Deviney. Deviney from Ireland didn't have such a good morning. Still looking for their first win. Up around the top, we've got some overlapping pairs, but Chris Poole in the white spinnaker is leading Chris Van Tol, who is the last boat to come around the top up there. The middle pair, the black and yellow spinnakers, are together. So that's Maximilian So in the lead. The yellow spinnaker and red shirts, but they have a penalty. So we'll keep our eye on that match. That could be exciting. First cross coming up now with Sakamoto and Morvan. Morvan able to cross fairly comfortably. And he's going to bounce Sakamoto off to the right. So tracking downwind, Chris Poole in boat one. Well, the white spinnaker is on his way to earning his second point in the competition. He's got a very big lead in the battle of the Chris's against Chris Van Tol. Meanwhile, behind Poole and the yellow spinnaker coming into their first bottom mark rounding is match 2. So there's Maximilian So. Boat 3 dropping that yellow spinnaker in their lead against Peter Holtz. Now, if you remember, So was just squeezing around the pin end of the start and hit the mark, earning themselves that penalty. We thought they were done for when Holtz took the early lead, but So's been able to get back into this match and take the lead. Now they've got to figure out a way to extend enough to be able to shed that penalty. Meanwhile, back in the pre-start, match 4, 1 minute to go. Shane Deviney from Ireland against Matt Graham from here in the U.S. Graham has done pretty well thus far in the competition. Graham in boat 7, we can see has some early control here on Shane. Deviney once again just not being aggressive enough at coming back at the line in this current, because in 10 seconds to go he's going to be at least 10 seconds late. So there's a starting signal. Matt Graham, boat 7, has things well in hand in his match with Shane Deviney from Ireland. So a big left shift in the course. We're seeing the teams able to nearly lay the top mark from coming off about the midpoint on the wall. So, watching, for example, Maximilian So in the red jerseys up there. They're hiked out, heeled over. Good pressure coming off the left. It'd be very interesting to see if they may not have enough to do a penalty turn. What does the gallery think?
Is the gallery paying attention? No.
Does Maxi So have enough space to do a penalty turn? Easy, everybody says. Easy. Let's see how easy this is. Upwind leg or downwind leg? Downwind. Everybody says downwind. All right, so the rule there is don't do it against the current. And look at the left shift, folks. Big left shift. So Maxi So setting themselves up nicely as a redemption off a very poor start. They just got to be careful not to hit this mark. And up goes the yellow kite. So big left shift. Let's see if they do an early jibe, which they do. So big lead for Maxi So. The gallery thinks that's more than enough to do a penalty turn. So they'll probably try to do that somewhere close to the finish line. All right, coming into view now in the middle part of the wall, upwind, is Matt Graham. We've got some Matt Graham is staying just on top and in control of Shane Devaney from Ireland. Shane's going to be the first one to tack off the wall. As you can see, there's good pressure here now. And just like we saw Chris Poole do, Matt Graham elected not to tack right on their bow, but to give them a little bit of space. It looks like even with the left breeze, Shane may not be able to have the same lineup into the top mark that we saw the other pairs have. That breeze is a little bit shifty now coming off the wall and may have gone back to the right. Now they're getting into the pressure. Shane knows he can't lay. Decides to take another step up to the left and on the approach. The Devaney. Oh, where are we? Oh, back in, where are we now? All right, okay, so meanwhile on their camera, we're watching Maxi So, yellow spinnaker. What was a fairly comfortable lead is compressed a bit. Peter Hulse has been able to shut it down to be close, but there goes Maxi So. They got to be careful here. Not the best takedown. They had to get the head of the spinnaker down before they pass head to win in the tack. They've got to a downwind course. The penalty flag's down. So the next flag that we'll see is on the finish line boat with a yellow. So congrats to Maxi So. First victory here at Detroit Cup. Meanwhile, two other teams still on the track. Matt Graham leading Shane Devaney on their first approach and lap around. And the other pair we're watching is Pierre Morvan crossing that group on starboard. That's boat 5 now tacking. They've got a pretty comfortable lead on Waturo Sakamoto. So out of the top, in boat 7, that's Matt Graham, green spinnaker, allowing his opponent, Shane Diviney, jibe before him with that pink spinnaker. Normally that would be a bit of a dodgy move, but the shift in the pressure is sufficient that Graham feels comfortable being out there more toward the middle of the course. Diviney, though, has quite a bit of speed. You can see that compression. Wonder if Graham is feeling a little bit... No, there goes Diviney jibing. We'll see what angle they come out on. Graham will still be ahead, but look at Diviney. He's certainly closed the gap.
Oh, he's coming in? He's just coming to watch? Or just
yeah, give us a bit of a hand.
Oh, okay. Coaching. See how keep that. Yeah. Done a couple more Channel races with him.
Yeah.
So, covering move by Matt Graham. Not the cleanest jibe. Next move for them is a takedown at the mark. Here comes Diviney. Diviney's keeping it close here, folks. This match is not over by any means. Holding the spinnaker longer. If they get a clean drop here and maintain that momentum through the turn, they can really close the gap fast with Matt Graham. Whoop, a little bit of bobble in the turn. That didn't help him. Yeah, big gap there. Not sure if that was intended. Maybe they're trying to take a low road over here to the wall. But in the background, you're seeing boat 5. Pierre Morvan with the red spinnaker and the blue flag. So another victory for the French. And that takes them to 4 in the competition, 4 points. But the guy who's leading right now in points is getting pressed pretty hard by a guy who's in the basement in points. Diviney has not won a match yet, but look at this, folks. He's coming out bow around the leader, Matt Graham. This is a big comeback. Diviney's now going to be able to call for water, getting to the wall. There's a wave. U-tack is the call. Umpires thought that was clean. No Yankee flags. So Shane Diviney has taken the lead from Matt Graham. How about that, folks? A good run, a good bottom mark rounding can make all the difference. Diviney now shearing off of Graham, buying a little bit of space to live to windward. This could be a huge upset if this carries on the way it's going now. Very fast tack from Graham. Diviny tacking to cover, forcing Graham into a downspeed tack. Sensibly, Shane has elected not to tack straight away, but to maintain his momentum. Now comes the tough part, is calling that ley line across. If they don't do it right, they could lose. Oh no, if there's any left shift at all, this is not going to be good for Shane. Because if Graham is able to get up on a lift and get inside here, Graham could take the lead back. Graham's looking stronger. There's more pressure. That may have been an error on the part of Shane Diviny to have that split with Matt Graham. Because look at Graham getting lifted out there. So Shane Diviny is faster, but Graham may be able to get there by the time they get to the zone. Wow. How about that? Shane went too far. Look at the sails being eased. So Matt Graham's going to retake the lead. So definitely an unforced error on the part of Shane Diviny to give that away. But it ain't over yet. Watch this. This will all come down to boat handling in the top. Who's going to do the early jibe and do it well? Shane needs to just hang there, hang on the transom, be ready to jibe when the green there. Oh, taking an early jibe. Not the cleanest. Here comes Matt Graham. Shane's got to settle in and keep rolling here. Graham needed to have a clean, flawless jibe to keep their air clear. Here comes Shane. Pressure on. But Graham's got the pressure too, and it is a header. That's going to keep Graham's air clear for that much longer. But if Shane gets the next puff and can bring it forward to Graham, this may reverse yet again. Shane's jibing. That's just about giving up, really. Yep. So not a lot they can do now. They're not. It's not like they're going to get anything from the right going over to that side. That's really too bad. They sailed a very nice beat to come back into the match. Threw it away by overstanding at the top. And almost threw it away again now. I mean, they could have possibly held on a little bit longer. But Matt Graham, well on his way, just needs to soak down, get inside the pin, which is what they're doing. Big ease on the sails. They'll do one jibe and in at the pin. So a match that had a couple of lead changes is now going back to the original leader, blue flag, and Matt Graham remains undefeated here at Detroit Cup 2014. With that conclusion of Flight 7, we will take a break. Join us back for more match race action in Flight 8. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Match race action has resumed. A little lighter air here. That nice pressure we saw in the last flight has caved in a little bit, but not enough to prevent us from restarting racing. Dustin Durant, as you can see, is crossing over the bow of Sam Gilmore. Gilmore was very thin on the lead back into the pin. Had to do a big turn down to get a speed build, and that's cost him now. Durant now taking the lead in their match. Durant boat 6, Gilmore boat 8. In the second match of this flight, Ian Hollerbach up against Pierre Morvan. Whoop. Somebody's in trouble over here. It is Hollerbach. Morvan, boat 5, has Hollerbach over in Coffin Corner. With 2 minutes ago, it doesn't look so good for Ian Hollerbach. You can see they're digging further and further away over into this side where they're not able to get back without Morvan harassing him on starboard tack. Hollerbach trying to go head to wind to stop the bleeding. If Morvan's able to do this well, yeah, there we go. Morvan breaking away, giving Hollerbach an opportunity to get back with 1 minute 20 and very light air. Won't be surprised if Morvan has another go at him. Here he goes. Here comes Morvan one more time. Starboard tack attack. That's a 1 minute signal. Hollerbach having to tack. Morvan able to go back at his leisure. This actually may not turn out so badly for Hollerbach because he just needs to tack and follow Morvan back to the start line. And there goes Morvan. So, Morvan, 10 seconds to go, has dominated Hollerbach in this pre-start. But from what we've seen today, Hollerbach has not been terribly successful in the pre-starts, and yet is able to come back in the match and win a few points. So the start's important, but maybe not everything. Look at this. Morvan starting on port is not in a hurry to tack back to starboard until they see Hollerbach do this. So very cleverly played there. They'd like to go left, but only go left while they're on top of Hollerbach coming over here. So this could be rubbing salt in the wound, at least in this initial phase of this match. One thing to look at is that these first two pairs are going around the red mark up the track. The red mark's on the left. And it looks like the third pair will be doing the same. So that code flag, the Charlie flag, and the red means that they'll be going around the red top mark, not the white mark, because of this left shift. Now look at this. Morvan was leading in the pre-start, but Hollerbach got his bow out to get over to this side faster. This is just an example of how these things can reverse. Morvan in complete control until now. Now Hollerbach's going to ask for room to tack. Control's going to revert now back over to Morvan. You can see him accelerating. He hasn't left enough room for Hollerbach to accelerate out of that tack. Hollerbach now tacking back, but a little bit down speed. But a nice roll tack. Look at them come squirting out of there, getting their bow into a little bit of pressure. They're asking for room. Morvan pushing it as far as he possibly can. But look at that. Look at the roll. Hollerbach had a much more aggressive roll to leeward and then snap back, and as a result has gained on Morvan. Morvan's roll tack was not good. Sorry, guys, it just wasn't. I'm calling it like it is. And that's allowed Hollerbach to roll over the top here. Now it'll be Morvan looking for an opportunity to go back to the left. Am I speaking untruths? No. All right. Oh, we hear everything here in the commentator booth. So look at that, folks. From being over in coffin corner and declared dead, Ian Hollerbach back in the game and taking the lead against one of the favorite teams here, the French team of Pierre Morvan. All right, so we'll leave that match. Go back to the pre-start. In match 3, Wataru Sakamoto up against Chris Poole. Poole is sitting on 2 points. Sakamoto, I believe, is also on 2. He might be on 3. They have 1 minute to go. And Sakamoto just over the bow of Chris Poole. Poole hollering. Penalty. Umpires say no way. So the light error is obviously taking everybody left to right out there. 30 seconds to go. Sakamoto's nervous about being early. They're luffing their jib, trying to slow down. Is Poole going to get hooked to leeward? No overlap from the...
Clear. Technical. Overlap.
Nobody. Uh-oh, blue flag. Sakamoto over early. So Chris Poole keeping the pressure on has paid off, although he's having a very slow start at the pin end. Sakamoto now forced away. So we'll watch that match with intent. For those race fans keeping track of Ian Hollerbach, he's crossed Morvan by about 2 lengths on their final approach to the top red mark. And also from match 1, Dustin Durant maintains a 3-length lead over his opponent, Sam Gilmore. Now this is a significant result because Dustin Durant is on 0 points and Sam Gilmore is undefeated. So big upset in the making there. Wait a minute, gang. The lead pair is going up and around the white mark. Was there a Charlie? Anybody know if there was a Charlie at the bottom gate? Anybody in the gallery paying attention? No. All right, on our own here. On our own here in the commentator booth. Yeah, we didn't see a change to white. If there was one, that's fine. Even if there wasn't one, that's fine, because both boats are going around the same mark. So usually, even if that's a mistake, the umpires will let the match run. All right. So up the track, 3 pairs. We've got first match, Dustin Durant with a what I'll phrase as a comfortable lead right now over Sam Gilmore, especially since Gilmore's tacking. Next up on the track, Hollerbach ahead of Morvan. Hollerbach and the green spinnaker coming downwind, both 7. Morvan with the red spinnaker, boat 5. And then Chris Poole has a pretty big lead on their first upwind leg against Wataru Sakamoto. Now, back to pre-start action. We've got match 4. Maximilian So from Singapore against Shane Divany. Shane came very close to winning his first point in the last flight, had the lead, and then made what we'll call as a navigational error to give up that lead, and they were unable to recover. Right now, Diviny is sailing boat number 2, and Maxi So is in boat number 3. Maxi So tacking to leeward. They're not overlapped. It looks like Diviny free to come back with 1 minute, 5 seconds to go. Maybe Maxi does have a piece of him. There's the 1 minute. We may see Maxi do like a Dustin Durant here, where they go over the line and do a dip start to the pin end. They're running out of runway, though, at 44 seconds. Maxi keeping the pressure on. Diviny running out of real estate. He's got to come up with something. There's a head-to-wind shot. They hope they can trap Maxi to windward, and they are right now with 20 seconds to go. Ooh, could they have held a little longer? Is it going to be an early break? Now this is a new phenomena for Diviny, because he's been late at every one of his other starts. 5 seconds to go. He's got to put the pedal down. It's going to be thin on the ley line with the current. I think that was a starting signal. Short air blast. You can see he's having to luff the jib to get around the stern. Are they able to clear? The answer is yes. Umpire C. But yellow flag. So Shane probably did hit the mark.
I think that was for kinetics.
Oh, gallery says kinetics. We'll straighten this out once and for all. We'll call our chief umpire, who's umpire 4. Umpire 4 media.
Hello, media.
Hello, umpire Tom. Was that for hitting a mark, or the gallery thinks it was for kinetics?
No, the gallery needs to eat more peanuts. It was definitely a mark touch.
Copy that. It's nice when us old guys are right. Thank you, Tom.
No problem. That'd be Rule 31, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's the one. Thanks very much. All right, so touching the mark, the gallery is wrong. They need to eat more peanuts. Shane coming off the wall here. Maxie So in full control in the first phase of their match. In the background, coming downwind with a black spinnaker, is none other than Dustin Durant. Dustin's on a late charge here. He had a weak start to this event, but has put a couple of big wins on the board, including this one against Sam Gilmore. Sam Gilmore has been doing extremely well until now. So this will be a big win for Dustin Durant. They're not taking any chances, jibing to cover.
Continue and go to the wrong mark again, and they complete a race. Unless the race committee feels that they want to protest, I think we should just stay out of it. Neither of them are aware, and they've had a fair race on their racetrack, have they not?
Okay, so there's a little explanation. I was overhearing that on the radio, folks. In fact, there was a mistake on the part of the competitors for going around the wrong mark on their second lap for Dustin Durant and Sam Gilmore, but nobody cares because they both did the same thing. The umpires and the race committee feel that's not anything for cause of redress or resale. So as soon as Sam clears that line, any red flags that come out will be summarily dismissed. And the match holds, so that's good news. And for those keeping score, put a point on the board for Dustin Durant. Up the track in match 2 is Ian Hollerbach, also in a little bit of an upset over Morvan. Morvan, also one of the favorites, has won every match except one, I believe. Morvan tacking now, and as you can see, this gap as Hollerbach comes around the top mark. Is that gap big enough for Hollerbach to maintain that lead? We'll find out. My guess is that Hollerbach will want to jibe fairly quickly because the only opportunity really to pass is to be able to get inside in the jibe downwind, unless the breeze has really come around to the right, but I don't know that it has. So there are the French coming around the top now. Hollerbach, green kite. French, red kite. So that looks pretty good for Ian Hollerbach. Hollerbach jibes, Morvan jibes. Will Morvan get a magic lane of pressure to close that gap? Seems unlikely given our current here. Morvan does have a little bit of pressure, and the red kite does look slightly better than the green. But this leg is so short with the current. We can feel a little bit of pressure now on shore. There's almost feels like a little bit of pressure on the right. But there goes Morvan. And Hollerbach jibing to cover. So jibe for jibe just to be safe, but looking pretty good for Nathan Hollerbach. Other matches coming downwind. Sorry, Ian Hollerbach. Did I say Nathan? Yeah, all right. Freudian slip, obviously. Ooh, somebody squeezing around to get around the top red mark up there. That's, was that Shane? Yeah, Shane Divany. They have already hit the mark once. They don't need to do it again. Their opponent in the yellow spinnaker, Maximilian So, is just about half a leg ahead. So big gaps between our competitors in the remaining 3 matches here in Flight 8. And just cruising across the finish there with the blue flag is Ian Hollerbach. So we score a point for them. The crowd here at Bayview likes that, one of their own. So we'll put a point on the board for them. So Maximilian So coming into what looks like a ley line into their first bottom mark rounding. Boat 3, yellow spinnaker, red shirts, team from Singapore. So that's team red dot coming around, dousing the spinnaker. They've got a big lead over their Irish opponents, Shane Divany in pink spinnaker boat number 2. In the meantime, in the background, in our first couple of pairs who've already finished, you can see boat rotations happening. With 4 pairs out here this year at Detroit Cup, we're able to progress through the schedule much more rapidly. Doing rotations out on the water rather than inshore is another great innovation here to keep the program going quickly. Coming downwind about the middle of the course now is Chris Poole in boat 1. Poole has had a rough start to the series, but has been climbing back. They're well on their way to earning their 3rd point. Poole is well ahead of Wataru Sakamoto. So a little pulse of pressure here that we're feeling on shore. These little pulses sort of come and go. But Chris Poole is using one of these pulses to get downwind. His opponent has still not gotten around the top mark. So Chris Poole could win the prize for having the largest lead of anyone so far in the competition. He's nearly crossing the finish line while his opponent Sakamoto is just getting around the top mark. So at the signal boat, we'll be looking for, at the finish line, flag for Chris Poole winning his point. And there it is, yellow flag. So match 3 winners, Chris Poole. And we'll anxiously await the conclusion of match 4 in Flight 8 between Maximilian So and Shane Diviney from Ireland. Not only does Diviney have to come back to get within striking range of So, but he's also got a penalty from having hit the pin end at the pre-start. Upset. All right, folks, just in speaking with our race committee, they're informing us that their intent is to finish this final match of this flight and then do 2 more flights before wrapping up the day. That will bring the flight count to 10 and well on the way to having a good completion in the first round robin of the competition for tomorrow.
Go, Brian. Yeah, you may have noticed, but we have one of the diamond boats coming up to kind of get these guys hustled over this way. I'm on it.
So for those that might be joining us late here at Detroit Cup, I'm Dobbs Davis with Isao Toyama and sometimes Louis Call, giving you live video feed broadcast from the Bayview Yacht Club here in Detroit, Michigan. We are in the 2014 Detroit Cup Grade 2 match race sailing, the second stop on the USA Grand Slam Series. 12 teams are here from, how many countries do we have? 6 countries? 6 countries. And some very high-level competitors duking it out here in Ultimate 20s. Winners of the event not only get the prestigious Detroit Cup, but also valuable points on the ISEF match race ranking list and points in the Grand Slam Series, which in turn earns them opportunities to go to get invitations to events on the Alpari World Match Racing Tour, the Congressional Cup, and bragging rights certainly here at Bayview Yacht Club. We're just watching the final moments of the last match in Flight 8. Maximilian So coming downwind with the yellow spinnaker. He and his team Red Dot from Singapore well on their way to winning a point, a needed point. They haven't had haven't had great luck thus far in the competition, so this will be a valuable point for them. And their opponents, Shane Diviney from Ireland, has just come around the top mark with his pink spinnaker. As soon as this match concludes, we'll have a very brief break because most of the other teams have rotated into their boats. And the race committee will be keen to get started with resumption of match race action in Flight 9.
Breakdown signal. Go ahead. Boat 5, please. Copy, on the way.
Yes.
Is it official? There's only 2 more flights. Do I look like an official?
Hey, the voice of the people, man. I mean, although you are getting beat out by this guy up on the rocks over here, I don't know if you heard him yelling.
Good. All right, Maximilian So, very close to winning a point in the competition. So we'll look for a blue flag to end this match and get started on the resumption of match race action in Flight 9. So with that, we'll take a break. The word from the race committee is that there'll be another flight, Flight 9, followed by Flight 10, before we wrap it up for the day. So anybody within earshot, that is the word from the race committee. So we'll take a brief break. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll be back with more match race action soon. Match race action is continuing now in Flight 9. Our first matchup in the starting box with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go is Matt Graham up against Chris Van Tol. Another locals only rivalry here. Matt Graham, the only team out here with 4. He's got some lighter guys on so they can meet the weight limit with 4 in his team. Jason Hill, Chris Sear, and Austin Colpert. But somebody told me he had a substitute. Somebody else on his team, and I'm forgetting who that was. But that's who's in the program. And Van Tol is sailing with, as they like to say, that the old band, Mike Hoey and his brother John Van Tol. They've done numerous Detroit Cups over the years and probably have accumulated the most experience in these ultimate 20s. For those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama, and we are giving you live streaming commentary and video from the 2014 Detroit Cup here at Bayview Yacht Club on the Detroit River. As you can see, it's fairly light air. The breeze has been up and down all day, never really exceeding 7 or 8 knots, but never going below about 5. Right now we got about 5 on the course with what looks like a fairly big right shift. The course axis now is aligned for the default weather mark, unlike the last course, which had shift over to the left with the red mark. Obscured a bit from the camera by the other traffic is our feature pair here. Van Tol now is sailing in boat 5. Matt Graham in boat 1. Van Tol first to break away. 8 seconds to go. Van Tol will likely have more pace if Graham's able to get up and around. Wow. Very, very close with Graham at the start, but they were not called over. So being at that pin end is proven to be powerful if you have any speed, because you get out of the current over on the left side of the race course over here on the shoreline, and that gives you a little bit of an edge on the upwind leg. So we're watching now Matt Graham, boat number 1, close the gap pretty fast with Chris Van Tol. Their bow out to leeward, always powerful in any scenario, but especially here with the current against him. Next in the starting box, David Storr is coming in from the left, sailing boat 7. Wataru Sakamoto from Japan, sailing boat 4, a little bit late in their entry. Won't surprise me if, with that in the right shift, Dave Storrs will be able to sail across, and in fact he is. So David Storrs from Connecticut, a septuagenarian. He's the oldest competitor out here. Very passionate, though, about match race sailing. He was in Chicago last week. He's done numerous grade 2s and 3s and grade 4s, both in Chicago and Oak Cliff and other places around the U.S. Sakamoto from Japan is no stranger to match race sailing in the U.S., but I believe this is his first appearance here at Detroit Cup. And just reading a little bit of the bio on Sakamoto, their talent base extends to more than just match racing. They campaign J24s in Japan and around Asia. They've been successful in some offshore programs. So good all-around sailors, not match race specialists. Very light air over there in the pre-start area, as you can see. 1 minute 50 seconds to go. So breaking off and leading back. Heard some whistles out there, but I don't see any flags. I think the umpires are obscured from our view. Dave Storrs and his team are doing a nice job of controlling Sakamoto's return back to the starting area. That flag must have been a green flag. There's nothing on the umpire's boat now. There's 1 minute to go. So now Sakamoto leading back, boat 4. 40 seconds. Quite a bit of time even with this current against. "18 seconds. Sakamoto doing a nice job of keeping the boat slow and not overlapped. The whole key here, and then clear 1 meter is called from the umpire, from the wing umpires. There's a start. Sakamoto bow out to leeward and not having to slow down too much to make it around the pin end. So very good start from Sakamoto. We will shortly see them accelerate out and around the bow of Dave Storrs. That's just the lee bow effect there coming into play. So good initial break from Sakamoto. But that's no guarantee of victory out here. We've seen plenty of situations like this reverse, even in the first leg of the race. Next into the starting box is Maximilian So coming in from the left. Sailing boat 3 up against Dustin Durant, sailing boat 6. So with that little bit of right shift, you can see how even with a on-time entry from the right side, the teams entering from the left can cross their opponents coming from the right. So that's a testament to that right shift and a little bit of bias in the line. So Maximilian So able to cross Dustin Durant in the pre-start. They've got a little over 3 minutes to go. Hello, Gary.
You got a minute before you talk?
So with a little over 1 minute, here comes the signal. There's our 1 minute signal. The breeze looks like it's gone right and light. Maximilian So and Dustin Durant. Durant taking that lead back, but still a little bit early. Dustin now trying to do what we saw in the last match with Sakamoto, trying to slow down, yet still stay ahead of his opponent. 15 seconds to go. Very close here indeed. Dustin Durant on a thin lay line to the pin end. 2 seconds, 1 second. Durant able to get around and actually get around with some pretty good pace. So very nice start for Dustin Durant. He had problems with hitting things early on in the day. Like I think he hit the signal boat, or was alleged to have hit the signal boat in one match and then hit the mark in another. But now he's got his timing down. He's learning the ultimate 20s and has pulled out to an early initial lead against Maximilian So. So having to tack away. But looking at the angle of these boats going upwind, you can see this that right shift come into play. Dustin Durant not flinching at all, not electing to tack back across the middle. Durant's got good pressure, very lifted on this right side, coming up their first upwind leg. Now, just a little update from the rest of the matches on the course. Somehow, and we don't quite know how, we haven't been able to follow him, but Sakamoto has lost his lead to Dave Storrs. Storrs able to come back and grab the lead off of Sakamoto. Sakamoto with a blue spinnaker. Jibing away. We'll have to ask Dave Storrs later how he's able to pull that off, because it looked like Sakamoto definitely had things in hand in that match. Sakamoto gave up the shore. Never give up the shore. Yeah, never give up the shoreline. It's king. So the galleries informed me after eating their peanuts that Sakamoto, that was the mistake they made, giving up the shoreline, getting out of the current. But you can't do that without also having a worthy opponent, and Dave Storrs coming in nicely on a fairly comfortable lay line with a green spinnaker. So not only taking the lead, but extending on that, excuse me. So a little bit of a late drop with Dave Storrs. Green spinnaker coming down. But that's a lead change in that match. Meanwhile, in the pre-start, with 1 minute, 30 seconds to go, our final pair of the flight is Sam Gilmore and Shane Divany. Divany in boat 2 is up on the high side, Sam Gilmore to leeward. There's 1 minute. Divney coming down across the starting line, but Sam Gilmore is advanced enough to keep them away. This may not go very well for Divney. Gilmore in full control. Anywhere Divney goes, Gilmore's going to be there. 30 seconds. This again is be another situation where Gilmore has full control, but could be over the line early. 17 seconds. In order to maintain that control, they might be over just as Divney will. But it looks like he's broke off the charge. He's going to dip down 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, yellow's over. We knew that. Yellow's clear. Look at that, folks. It worked out just fine for Divney. So again, it's hard to know if that was planned, but Divney has come out of this looking just great. They rode the current back down to the starting line, but then quickly came up on a close hold course, have gotten the favored approach off the line to get to the left side. So this is an example of where being too aggressive with your opponent can come back to haunt you, and that's precisely what's happened here with Sam Gilmore. So Shane Divney is able to stay alive here in this match. Gilmore is going to be reaching down and trying to close the gap. Divney's got to be fast, and he's got to remain bow out for this to work. But that was not the disaster it was shaping up to be, thanks to the current here in the Detroit River. Meanwhile, in the background, it was Matt Graham winning their 5th match against Chris Van Tol. So following this last pair upwind, Shane Divney from Ireland just making a little bit of a squirt there with a little pressure. Gilmore trying to remain high and away. They've got to give, when they come to the wall, they've got to give Shane room to tack. They are overlapped. When the call for water comes, here they come, there's the arm wave. He's saying, you tack. And Sam Gilmore just does a very easy turn, slow turn, comes out bow ahead, which then forces Divney back and away to the left. Gilmore's tacking is very, very good. So they're not only they're able to maintain control there. Now let's pan over to this downwind leg here in boats 3 and 6. That's Maximilian So taking the lead away from Dustin Durant. Yankee flags, green flags. So thinking he's inside at the zone. The umpires do not agree. So Dustin taking Max So beyond the zone. Continual green flags from the umpires. A lot of yelling going on over there. Another Yankee flag. I predict another green because they're not overlapped. There's no issue at all. Match umpires ignoring that Yankee flag. There it is, green flag. So, very interesting indeed. Current playing a factor there in accelerating the progress toward the zone and beyond the zone likely. Dustin Durant after being rolled, able to maintain their lead coming out of the bottom, but it ain't over yet. Maxi So able to keep this close. This will be a close match. So Maxi So tacking away, giving Dustin Durant the favored left side. But we'll see. If the breeze kicks right at all, Maxi can get back into it. It's happened before. Coming around the top mark, blue spinnaker in boat 8 is Sam Gilmore. Gilmore able to maintain that slim lead that he had over Shane Divany. But Divany's very close, so we'll see what happens in their first jibe. So look at that, folks. Maxi So has gotten back into this match and is now bow to bow with Dustin Durant. He's back in the game. So left side was not as magic as we thought on that beat in this match. Meanwhile, pink and blue spinnakers going downwind. Sam Gilmore. Oh, look at that. Shane Divany jibing early. Shane Divany, I don't know. I'm not quite sure why they jibed that early. They had the opportunity to wait and wait and wait, and then to hit Gilmore when they jibed. This might be another tactical error on the part of Shane Divany. We've seen a couple other matches where he had control and basically has given it away, because I don't really think they're on a ley line. And then now they're coming back across on port. Gilmore's got him lined up on starboard. Once again, folks, unforced errors on the part of Shane Divany. He had an opportunity to take control of this match, and basically he's thrown it away. I don't know how else to say it. They could have waited to see if they could have got it at the inside, at the zone. Jibed too early again. So Sam Gilmore retaining his lead in boat number 8, coming around the bottom with Divany. Meanwhile, up the track in match 3, coming around the top for their last time, Dustin Durant and Maximilian So. The last engagement they had, So had a piece of him on starboard, but the left paid off for Durant. He was able to get around their bow. And Durant now coming around the top in the lead with about 4 lengths on So. There's the kite. Question is whether there's any, if that's enough of a gap to feel comfortable. We feel a little bit more pressure coming down the river now. At this position, that should favor So. But So doesn't look like they've got the gauge to leeward to be able to hit to be able to hit Durant once Durant jibes. And the breeze is kicked around to be a little bit further to the right. There goes the jibe on Durant. So did not elect to jibe, which is interesting. So now they'll change sides. The only chance So has now is if they're able to gain enough over on that other side of the course to, when jibing back, to have a piece of Durant. So here comes Durant with a jibe. You can see that they've got a little bit of pressure now in the middle of the course, back up to about 7 knots or so. Ultimate 20 starting to really light up going downwind. But doesn't look like So will have any kind of piece of Durant. Durant's just got a jibe on their bow and lead him back to the finish, which is what he's doing now. So, Black Spinnaker around boat 6. Dustin Durant from Long Beach. You can see Maxie So has caught some pressure and is trying to bring it to Durant. But it's going to be a case of too little, too late. So, put another point on the board for Dustin Durant. There's a yellow flag. Our last match in the course is our, what I think is our series leader, Sam Gilmore from Australia. Gilmore just has one more tack to go to get around the top mark and leads Shane Divney around in the last leg of their race. In the meantime, the teams are switching out to new boats in preparation for the final flight 10 of the day. After this flight, we will have a press conference. We invite everybody here at Bayview to come attend. This is your opportunity to ask questions of all of our skippers. And then following that will be umpire debrief if needed, and then following that will be taco dinner, is what I understand. So for those here at Bayview, that's our program. For those not, we're sorry you're not here. It's really a nice day here. A nice cool breeze is filled in off of Lake St. Clair, off to the east, and filled in with a little bit more pressure. So the final flight of the day could be a nice one with good solid pressure, which should bring some good racing. So there's Sam Gilmore jibing what might be the last time on their final approach down into the finish, Blue Spinnaker. Shane Divney had a couple opportunities in this match that they weren't able to capitalize on. So Divney, I think, remains without a point yet in the competition, but he's a young intern over at Chicago Match Race Center over in Chicago for the summer from Ireland, and has been active all summer with match racing as both a crew and skipper. So as we watch boat number 8, Sam Gilmore, on his final few meters into the finish, We'll take a break now and rejoin you in a few minutes' time for the final live narration of match race action at Detroit Cup with Flight 10.
30 seconds to display prep with the sound.
So you heard it there, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds to the entry of Match 1, Flight 10. We are at the 2014 Detroit Cup. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama and Louis Call. We're giving you live match race action from the Detroit River in front of Bayview Yacht Club. 12 teams out here from 6 countries, but 8 are on the water now in this final flight. First matchup, we have David Storrs from Connecticut entering from the left, sailing away from us. They've got blue shirts on. They're sailing boat number 7 up against Maximilian So from Singapore. He's in boat 3 wearing red shirts. The wind is up. We've got another couple knots of breeze. It's really quite nice now. It was a little bit light for most of the day, made for some slow going, but it looks perfect. This looks like a great way to wrap up the first day of competition here at Detroit Cup. We're going for the next 3 days after this one, concluding on Sunday. We're in the round robin now. Every team meets each other once. In the 10th flight, that makes us pretty far down the program. It's actually 16 and a half flights to get to getting everybody a chance to meet everybody else in the first round robin. We'll get to that tomorrow. Then for the weekend will be quarterfinals, semifinals, consolation round, petite finals, and finals. So lots of match racing here ahead of us at Detroit Cup. The ultimate 20s are hanging in there. We had a little bit of a delay while some breakdowns, but thus far the breakdowns have not been too debilitating, just little minor issues, which is good because it just keeps the action rolling. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Breeze is a little bit around to the right. We're sailing on the default course. Windward leeward, twice around. Leave that white mark up there to our left to starboard. The orange mark in front of us also to starboard as a leeward mark. And then another lap to the finish. Standard match racing course. The lead backs have been important in most of these pre-starts because of the current. The Detroit River moving from left to right. Quite strong at times when the wind gets light. Maybe not so much a factor now that the wind is in, but you never know. The wind comes and goes in pulses, so what works in one match doesn't necessarily work in the other. We can see Dave Storrs in boat 7, leading So back. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. That's quite an early lead back in most circumstances, but again, this current's quite strong. So it's all about the timing now. How Storrs wants to set himself up. 1 minute, 5 seconds. They're definitely early for either end of the starting line. My guess is that they'll want the pin. That's 1 minute. So keeping the pressure on by being close. Look at that. Storrs tacking away. Very interesting move. They're very close to being on the starting line now. So's going to remain to lure to keep the pressure on. So's in a position. There goes Storrs for the dive. Storrs giving up the left side now. 28 seconds to go. Unless So now feels the pressure and feels like he's going to be early for the pin and has to tack away. They got to watch the ley line too. The current is moving quite fast. So now buying a little bit of time, luffing up. Up, up, up. We can hear it from here. There's an overlap. There's the tack away. And it's going to be the starting signal. A little bit of a late starting signal. But green flag from the umpires. Now look at So's pace coming off the line compared to Storrs. Did Storrs clear the mark? That was really a big wiggle. Whoa. That was an expensive transaction to win that pin end. He hit the pin. Blue flag. I'm not quite sure why that decision took so long. So, very expensive indeed for David Storrs to win that pin end. Slow and with a penalty. So both three, Maximilian So up there on the left, on the right, left as we look out to the course, but right side of the race course. We'll see when Dave Storrs tacks off this seawall if they're able to dig anything back into the team from Singapore. They cannot cross a line between these two buoys. They're very close indeed. Nods from the umpires. One of them shaking their head, Dave Pelling. He doesn't like it. His other umpire isn't agreeing, so they're not going to do another blue flag, but body language tells you a lot with umpires. All right, so here comes Maxi So. Important cross here. It's not only that he's on starboard tack, but that he has the ability to swap sides and take the left, which he does with about a 2-length margin to spare. Ooh, interesting. Maxi wanting to bounce. See, this is where you don't, the guys, I don't know if they understand the playbook here, but you need to control the left. The standard match race playbook would be to do just what Maxi did, which is control the right side because of the starboard tack advantage. But every time you bounce somebody to the left, you do so at your peril because you have more pressure and less current on the left side in general. But we'll see when they come back out. Dave Storrs has about another 20 seconds to go before hitting the wall and needing to come back out. Maxi So still has pressure, a little bit of a bow wave there. One boat, one of his team members hiked out. I would say Storrs has that and maybe a little more pressure, but is it enough to come back at Team Red Spot? So Dave Storrs did gain some on that exchange. And here goes Maxi So to cover. That's a good conservative move. Doesn't want any gains whatsoever. Now double slow tack there. Oof, that may not be good for Team Red Spot. Red Dot. Yeah, I know. So go away. But the Singaporeans look okay. They look like they're bow out. They have pressure. They've got the speed. It looked a little dodgy there, but they're controlling the inside. Now, going back to pre-start action in match 2. We get our camera to pan back across. We will see Pierre Morvan from France up against Dustin Durant. Morvan was doing quite well early in the day and then lost a couple of matches. They've only got 10 seconds to go to their start. Durant in boat 6, Morvan to leeward in boat 1. Morvan obviously controlling this pre-start. So both over, but both immediately clear. And as you can see, Morvan first back to the line, bow out, coming off the line with good pace and position. This team from France has been very, very good in their pre-starts, very smooth. The matches they lost were just a couple of small errors and sometimes bad luck. So Pierre Morvan, boat 1, getting first out. Now the breeze has actually dropped a little bit now. That wave of pressure we had in the first match has now diminished a little bit. So this may change things up. Louis got our camera on our latest toy here at Bayview, a camera drone to give us an aerial view of the action. We can't do that live, but maybe we'll share some of those videos with you later. So entering into the starting box now in match 3, Wataru Sakamoto from Japan up against Chris Van Tol. Van Tol in boat 5, Sakamoto boat 4. Look at Sakamoto. He's able to get across, almost across the bow of Van Tol. Very, very close. He's now going to sail upwind, and as Van Tol tries to chase him, now he's built the space needed for him to tack and get clear. A little bit of a right shift, I think, in the starting area allowed the boat entering from the left to just have a little bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, first pair coming around the bottom mark, Yellow Spinnaker, is Maximilian So coming around the leeward mark. They've got about a 4-length lead on David Storrs. Storrs trailing, but also with a penalty. Storrs' turn didn't look so great. Looks like they stopped on their turn, taking a while to accelerate. We now see So extending quickly in boat number 3 out of that bottom mark area. Now the breeze has dropped a little. You can see that. Pressure looks better a little bit closer to shore, which is exactly where Maximilian So is going. Back in the pre-start box with 1:50 to go, Sakamoto and Van Tol. Sakamoto is in boat 4. He's just tacked to starboard. With 1:35, is it too early to lead back? Chris Toll doesn't think so. He's setting himself up there to leeward. Here comes Sakamoto on the attack. Nope, Sakamoto's going to hang high. So Sakamoto to your left, Van Tol to your right, with 1:05 to go. Van Tol looks almost stationary against that current, but he's trying to protect the approach into the start line area. Sakamoto may pull a trick like we saw in the last match with Morvan, where they went over the weather side of the signal boat. Now Sakamoto going in for the hook. Notice Sakamoto has had a bowman up there at the headstay to call overlaps. 25 seconds to go. Sakamoto's almost committed now to the windward side. He's given up the left to let Van Tol take that end. 10 seconds. Van Tol's looking pretty good for the pin.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, change.
So there's a starting signal. Van Tol did a very nice job. Sakamoto let him have that pin end. We'll see how it pays off as the breeze goes a little bit lighter here into this last flight of the day. So Sakamoto tacked and tacked back. Couple of tacks in this kind of breeze is pretty expensive. So Van Tol's taking an early lead in that match. Entering into the starting box next in the final match of the day is Peter Holtz up against Sam Gilmore. Holtz in boat 2 coming from the left, Gilmore coming in from the right, sailing boat 8. We're back to slow motion match racing here against the Detroit River. Chris Van Tol making slow progress, steadily getting inshore, trying to get out of the current, get into a little more pressure. The danger is if the breeze ticks right, Sakamoto actually looks like he's gained some back on Van Tol. Sakamoto, boat number 4, you can see the rate of progress. Van Tol does not have a lot of pressure here. He's going to call for water. Actually, he may not need to call for water. I don't know that they're overlapped. So that bow down, if it's real, is a shift that could help them, but I'm not sure there's any pressure in it. Sakamoto now just gliding up to windward. So lead reverts back to Sakamoto. This just shows you how quickly things change out here with the wind going this light. Looking up the track, there's a little bit more pressure up the upper left side if they can get there. Sakamoto's now going to get that first. He's shearing away a little with pressure. So it's all gone rather quiet here. We had an encouraging start to this flight, but quickly the conditions change. Meanwhile, coming around the bottom mark in their first lap, Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France, boat number 1, white spinnaker coming down with a pretty comfortable lead over Dustin Durant. Durant with a black spinnaker coming in with pace, but will have the full handbrake just like everybody else is going against this current. Meanwhile, in the pre-start, 1 minute to go. There's the horn, 1 minute. Gilmore is positioned to windward in boat 8. With the current rate of progress, you would expect Gilmore to be in a fairly strong position. He's not going to struggle against that ley line like his opponent, Peter Holtz. Holtz knows he can't get there, is going to go ahead and tack. "15 seconds to go." So Holtz has given up the fight for the pin end. But we saw that the pin end was maybe not that great after all, because we saw what happened to Van Tol. A little bit of a right shift, actually. It may be making that starboard side of the starting line a little favored relative to the wind. Forget the current, but look at Gilmore laying in a lee bow tack there, forcing Holtz away and a downspeed tack to port. So Anybody coming into the shoreline now is seeing the effects of very, very light air, barely making progress against the river. Yeah, just looking across, coming downwind. Boat 3 is Maximilian So. So's just moments away from getting a victory in the first match here in Flight 10. I would say virtually assured, considering that Dave Storrs is not only behind but has that penalty from having hit the pin end at the start. So a little bit of pressure now moving in for Pierre Morvan, boat 1, you can see right here. Dustin Durant has actually closed the gap nicely. So neither of these matches are over. We'll see how quickly Morvan wants to come back to protect this left side. If Durant can get a little bit further up, they might have some gauge to live on the left as well. And there goes Morvan tacking back. So coming into the shoreline here is Sam Gilmore from Western Australia, boat number 8. Just ghosting along in light air. This is their first tack out of there off the start line. We'll see what the rate of closure looks like with their opponents out there in boat 2, Peter Hulse. What do you think, folks? It looks like Gilmore is almost bow to bow. Does Holtz have a piece of Gilmore? Nah, Gilmore has him by half a length. So that just shows you that there might be a little bit more pressure outside. Holtz has tacked a couple more times than Gilmore has. But we're watching pressure start to fill down the course. So I think things will start accelerating again. Getting around out of the top in boat 4, well ahead of his opponent, Sakamoto, Wataru Sakamoto from Japan, is going to really open up his lead against Chris Van Tol. So we've got some sort of traffic lanes up here on this left side coming into the top mark. Everybody's got to find their lane. Sam Gilmore's just tacked, but he had to go clear to try to find a clear air lane from Dustin Durant, who in turn is trailing Pierre Morvan. So that red spinnaker is Chris Van Tol. Van Tol in match 3, this is their first windward mark rounding. The next one coming around the top is Pierre Morvan in match 2. This will be their last windward mark rounding. The others you see going upwind are racing to the barn. They're not racing. So Maximilian So won that last match against Dave Storrs. They're just racing into the harbor. But coming downwind in the background in boat number 4, coming down to their first leeward mark rounding, is Sakamoto. So Spinnaker down and Sakamoto, nice drop. No pressure. They're about half a leg ahead of Chris Van Tol and the red Spinnaker trailing behind. Behind Chris is white Spinnaker Pierre Morvan. Morvan is on his way to the finish. And his opponent, Dustin Durant, just coming around the top now with black Spinnaker and a little bit of a twist. It should work its way out. And is not working its way out. So Dustin Durant sailing with a reefed Spinnaker.
Wow. Well, it should come out though. They hauled up too tight into the shiv.
Maxi So here in boat 3. Did well to reach the semifinals last week in Chicago in the first stop on the Grand Slam. Oh, no, he's up. There he goes. I'm sorry, he's finished. He can come inside the restricted zone. He's allowed in. Let's have a round of applause for Maximilian So. Great first day here at Detroit Cup. Next in, coming across the finish line, will be Pierre Morvan, boat number 1. That team from France has also done fairly well on the day, but we'll also give a round of applause to Dave Storrs and his team coming into the harbor. Long day, long, hard-fought efforts. Sakamoto is coming into the shore. He's not going in the harbor. He's still racing. So boat number 4. Interesting, he's got one of his team members up on the bow of the Ultimate 20. Laying up there in the foredeck. I guess that's trying to keep the stern out of the water. And his opponent, Chris Van Tol, is boat 5, next one in here to the shoreline. And then the next across the finish is Dustin Durant from Long Beach in boat 6, pulling down that black Spinnaker. They'll be heading in the harbor soon. And that leaves 2 pairs still out racing. Sakamoto and Van Tol halfway up their final beat. And Sam Gilmore in boat 8 leading around the bottom mark against Peter Hulse. They've got one more lap to go. So the breeze continuing light for this final lap around the track in the final flight of the first day of 2014 Detroit Cup. Organizers are feeling pretty happy about having completed 10 flights today. For those that don't know, a flight is a group of matches. Matches are what we call races in match race sailing. So that means 40 matches today, with some teams having done as many as 6, and some have done 5. Not everybody's completed the same number at this stage, but everybody will have completed 11 by tomorrow to complete the round robin. Sakamoto taking no chances, tacking up there in boat 4, wanting to go as far as possible to the left, just to match his opponent, Chris Van Tol. Meanwhile, coming into the harbor is our match 2 winner, Pierre Morvan from France. Give him a round of applause. We'll look forward to talking with Pierre at the press conference along with all our other skippers.
Oh, they haven't. I'm sorry. All I need to do was turn around. Yeah.
Next in the harbor, Dustin Durant from Long Beach. Let's give him a round of applause. We'll look forward to some entertaining comments from Dustin regarding some earlier matches today. All right, now look at the big split in match 4. Gilmore's on the left, sailing away from us in the shoreline, but it almost looks like he's struggling against a right shift. Peter Holtz has gone all the way over to the right in boat 2, just tacking now. Be very interesting to see how they come across and if Holtz was able to gain anything back on Gilmore. Meanwhile, out around the top with Sakamoto, his lead is not that great on Chris Van Tol. Van Tol's been able to catch up in the final phase of that beat to where the red spinnaker might have a shot at the blue spinnaker on the final run into the finish. Van Tol sailing with his brother John and Hoey. There's the jibe. Little bit of yelling over there from Peter Holtz saying, hey, I'm on starboard, dude. You can't jibe there. And Peter hasn't gained much back on Gilmore, not enough for him to carry on, so he's going to dig back to the right. Gilmore's going to let him go. So there's Chris Van Tol arcing down, trying to go on the attack, trying to engage the Japanese in a jibing duel. His jibe was definitely better than Sakamoto's. More of a gain there for Van Tol. Van Tol's closing the gap pretty fast here. Sakamoto just able to keep his air clear. Here we go, simul jibe. Once again, a better jibe on Van Tol's boat, I think. Nice rotation of spinnaker, nice rock to windward. One more jibe. He's trying to jibe him down, and he's gaining on every jibe. Japanese team fighting for their life here. Look at Van Tol. That kite's up and away from the boat, flying with plenty of pressure. Look at the gains here, folks. If they were going against the current, Sakamoto would really be in trouble here. I think the only thing that's going to save him is just staying between Van Tol and the finish. Look at the gains. Van Tol is within a length. If Sakamoto jibes now, he's in danger of being in the leeward gas of Chris Van Tol. Not only that, but if Van Tol jibes to starboard, he might have a piece of him. But what's it going to be at the finish? It's going to be very, very close. And where's the flag? And it's a blue flag. Not by much. Less than a length for sure. So Chris Van Tol, never say die. Keep at your opponent. They really, really close fast on that. But Sakamoto able to stay ahead. High pressure situation. And taking the point. So one final pair coming down the track to finish up the racing phase of our day here at Detroit Cup. We're watching Blue Spinnaker, Boat 8. Sam Gilmore from Western Australia. Many of us know, of course, Sam's father, Peter Gilmore, match racing legend, America's Cup skipper. And Sam carrying on the family tradition. So Boat 8, Sam Gilmore, one last jibe into the finish. There's a yellow flag. So that concludes our racing for the day here at Detroit Cup. Congratulations to the race committee, race managers, and umpires for completion of 10 flights of racing in some pretty light conditions. So good job on getting through the program. I'm Dobbs Davis with Isao Toyama. We're going to conclude our online commentary now, but those of us here at Bayview, don't go away. We will have a press conference, a chance to talk to the skippers, and more ahead. So thanks very much. For those online, we'll see you tomorrow.